of our Oceans Conference here in Athens, Greece. Yesterday, we had a full day of deliberations, heartbreaking statistics, but also great discussion and bold commitments.
And let me tell you, I was very enthusiastic with all the commitments, with the passion that our participants showed both here at the main stage, but also in the side events that took place during all day Eleni, and also outside, a lot of mingling, a lot of talks.
There was a lot of passion and energy outside, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. And we missed most of it because we were backside, but hopefully we'll gain something today. So we will kickstart our day with the Minister of Foreign Affairs on Ocean Sustainability Management, and it's my honor to welcome Mr. George Gerapetritis, the Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Hellenic Republic. Mr. Gerapetritis, the floor is yours.
First of all, I would like to thank Eleni and Apostolos for their excellent work here, and apologies for having missed the amazing opportunity to follow the works of our conference. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to welcome you here in Athens for the second day of our Ocean Conference. It's a great pleasure, great honor to be here with you today. In our days, climate change is at the center of our everyday work, and threats emanating from it are existential for many, many countries. The global community acknowledges that serious and multiple risks and pressures to our oceans are imminent, and that prompt and effective action is indeed needed. The 9th Our Ocean Conference in Greece takes the lead in providing the momentum for this action to be scaled up. Dear friends, in the past, the job description of a foreign minister would mainly be the foreign affairs, diplomacy, geopolitical affairs, and how to treat the other countries, neighboring or regional or global. However, the big difference now is that new global challenges have emerged and urgent issues call for imminent attention, even by the ministers of foreign affairs. Climate change is a cross-cutting theme, and it is now well within the job of a foreign minister. Its effects are present, and they have serious consequences not only for our planet and its inhabitants, but also for the established systems of public governance and international relations. In this context, Greece, as a candidate country for a non-permanent seat for the Security Council for 2025-2026, has already declared climate crisis and security as a priority and an area of focus. And we expect that during our term at the Security Council, we will have the opportunity, alongside with all of you, to raise issues of climate crisis and especially issues concerning the protection of oceans and waters. Dear colleagues, these days in Athens, we hosted more than 130 missions of state, international organizations, and NGOs. We hope that Greek hospitality, Greek philoxenia, the love of strangers met your expectations, and that your stay has been productive and beneficial. The truth is that we accomplished great things together during these days. Secretary Kerry yesterday, in his opening remarks, referred to the intended Athens consensus. And indeed, I think that we have reached that consensus. First of all, on a higher level, the major feature is the following. Amid wars, we should not overlook what is happening in our environment and especially in our oceans. But there are also specific targets that we have achieved, and we should be very proud of it. So the Athens consensus also embraced three, among others, emblematic results of our conference. The first, more than 400 commitments exceeding 10 billion in value were made. Secondly, the European Union our neighborhood, confirmed its strong engagement for international ocean governance by announcing 40 commitments for action for 2024, which will be funded by 3.5 billion euros from various EU funds. They represent the biggest amount ever announced by the European Union since the start of our conference. Thirdly, and most importantly, within these 2 days, a new record was set. In the aftermath of our conference, the marine and otherwise protected areas have reached an amazing 47%, a score which all makes us proud. Dear colleagues, allow me to thank you once again for your presence and your substantial contribution to the 9th Our Ocean Conference. I'm very happy to be here with all of you, and I cannot wait to hear your remarks and your interventions about how we increase our engagement and our awareness in the great cause of the protection of the ocean to the benefit of the future generations. And above all, I dare say, I come out of this conference with new friends from across the globe with whom we share the grave concern about the oceans, but also the hope that united we can make the difference for the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Minister, for your speech. I keep how your job has changed recently. I mean, from foreign affairs and diplomacy, how climate crisis has been in the forefront, and I guess for your colleagues as well, which we're looking forward to hear what they are going to say, and how climate crisis and security is going to be in the forefront when if Greece gets a seat at the Security Council in the near future. It's my honor to introduce the next speaker, Mr. Arnoldo Andre Tinoco, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Worship of the Republic of Costa Rica. Mr. Tinoco, the floor is yours.
Excellencies and dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to stand before you today and deeply grateful for the warm hospitality extended by the government of Greece, a nation renowned for its rich maritime legacy. Their organization of the 9th Our Ocean Conference shows a shared dedication to fostering ocean conservation, bolstering cooperation, and igniting innovation. Costa Rica is strongly committed to a robust and comprehensive blue agenda, surrounding national, regional, and international spectrums as a key condition to achieving sustainable development. Our collective aspiration for a healthier ocean is increasingly reflected through the development of fundamental multilateral instruments aimed at enhancing ocean governance. This encompasses both existing and emerging challenges. The successful adoption of the BBNJ Treaty, which must be ratified as soon as possible, the ongoing negotiations for a treaty on plastic pollution, anticipated to conclude within a year, and the discussions within the International Seabed Authority, in which we continue to call for a precautionary pause to seabed mining, underscore our collective capacity and determination to safeguard our ocean effectively. On a national front, Costa Rica has achieved remarkable progress. In 2021, we realized our ambition to protect 30% of our ocean, notably through the expansion of the Cocos Island National Park and the establishment of the bicentennial Marine Management Area. However, implementation remains a challenge. In early 2023, we embarked on a constructive dialogue with the longline fishing industry, aiming to clarify the boundaries of the marine protected area. The outcome has been transformative, a significant reduction in incursions in the same period between 23 and 24, illustrating a heightened sense of stewardship and engagement among the community and stakeholders. This achievement marks a significant milestone towards achieving peace for the ocean. Furthermore, the inception of a Blue Fund last year stands as a testament to our collaborative ethos, drawing upon the strengths of partners and donors to nurture blue economy ventures, sustainable fisheries, tourism, and effective managed MPAs. Our strides towards establishing a payment mechanism for maritime and environmental services underscores our commitment to valuing ecosystems such as mangroves and promoting sustainable practices within the mollusk fisheries sector through official permits. These endeavors, alongside the invaluable commitments from the participants of our ocean, will significantly reinforce the agenda of the forthcoming third UN Ocean Conference, UNOC, co-hosted by Costa Rica and France in 2025. Our objective is clear: to accelerate action by engaging all stakeholders, leveraging scientific, technical, and financial and innovative solutions for the conservation and sustainable utilization of our ocean. In anticipation of UNOC, Costa Rica is thrilled to host a high-level event on ocean action, Immersed in Change, on next June 7th and 8th of this year. This event is designed to facilitate the exchange of best practices and success stories, setting the stage for impactful actions to nurture ocean health and governance. We look forward seeing you all in Costa Rica and now allowing me to host you personally. As we collectively navigate towards UNOC 3 in Nice, Costa Rica reiterates its firm commitment to the preservation and sustainable management of our ocean, pledging to protect our invaluable marine ecosystems for future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Mr. Minister. We, of course, stay on what you said about your commitment for regional and international cooperation. And of course, we look forward to next year's event in Costa Rica. Hope everything will go smoothly. Let me now invite to the floor let me invite Dr. Hassan Mahmoud. He's an MP and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh.
Honorable Foreign Minister of Hellenic Republic, ministers, distinguished delegates, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. Kalimera. I'm honored to address this esteemed gathering at the 9th Our Ocean Conference, convened to deliberate upon the pressing issue of sustainable ocean management. As the Foreign Minister of Bangladesh, a nation deeply intertwined with the oceans, I approach this platform with a sense of responsibility and urgency. At the outset, let me thank Hellenic Republic for their warm welcome and generous hospitality extended to me and to my delegation, to all. The theme of this conference, An Ocean of Potential, underscore the shared responsibility we bear in safeguarding the individual invaluable resource for future generations. Bangladesh, with its extensive coastline and maritime areas in the Bay of Bengal, recognize the critical importance of sustainable ocean management for both environmental preservation and socioeconomic development. Sustainable ocean management is imperative for ensuring the health and resilience of marine ecosystem while simultaneously meeting the socioeconomic needs of present and future generations. It involves adopting holistic approaches that integrate environmental conservation, resource management, and community engagement by implementing measures such as marine protected areas, ecosystem-based fisheries management, and pollution control initiatives. We can mitigate the negative impacts of human activity on the oceans. Additionally, promoting sustainable aquaculture practice, investing in renewable energy technologies, and enhancing scientific research and monitoring effort are essential components for effective ocean management strategies. Ultimately, sustainable ocean management requires a balanced and coordinated approach that recognizes the interconnectedness of marine ecosystem and human well-being, fostering a harmonious relationship between society and the sea. Our oceans sustain life, regulate climate, and provides livelihoods for millions around the globe. Yet it faces unprecedented threats from pollution, overfishing, and illegal, unprotected, and unregulated fishing habitat destruction and impacts on climate change. Bangladesh have implemented robust policies to protect marine ecosystem, promote responsible fishing practices, and mitigate the impacts of climate change on coastal communities. However, we recognize that the challenges we face are global in nature and require collective effort to address effectively. Bangladesh reaffirms its 8 voluntary commitments made in the earlier ocean conferences, including achieving its requirement of marine protected areas. As a conservation measures, the government of Bangladesh, under the dynamic leadership of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, the daughter of the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, we have banned 65 days complete fishing ban in the EEZ areas every year. Bangladesh has already signed the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Agreement and call upon all other countries to ratify the agreement and make funding available to restore the biodiversity of the ocean. Excellencies, we strive to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals practices Goal 14 on conserving and sustainably using the oceans. Bangladesh emphasizes the need for integrated approaches that balance conservation objectives with the socioeconomic needs of coastal communities. This requires investment in the alternative livelihood, capacity building, technology transfer, and ocean literacy programs to empower local stakeholders and ensure their active participation in building maritime domain awareness. Dear colleagues, right now, sustainable ocean management is not merely a moral imperative, but a practical necessity for securing the future of our planet and our people. However, resource constraint in capacity building hamper the developing countries in taking advantage of what the ocean can offer them, as well as reduce their capacity to address the factors that degrade the ocean. We look forward to the 9th Ocean Conference in Athens, where we hope that we will be able to anchor the place of oceans as an accelerator of sustainable ocean governance and work together towards a healthier, more resilient ocean for all. Finally, let us adhere to the very theme of 9th Ocean Conference to reaffirm our collective commitment in safeguarding our ocean for future generations. By working together, we can overcome the challenges ahead and pave the way for a more sustainable, inclusive, and prosperous future for all. Let us not forget, this planet Earth is the only lifeboat for human in this big universe. And this is the only home for human in this big universe. As we embark on this journey, let us remember that the choices we make today will shape the legacy and leave behind for tomorrow. Thanks to you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. I keep what you said, that through cooperation, we're going to mitigate the negative effects of the climate crisis and the great efforts that Bangladesh is doing to ban fishing in protected areas and to expand these areas. I have the honor to call in the podium Rui Alberto Figueiredo Soares, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Cooperation and Regional Integration of the Republic of Cabo Verde. The floor is yours.
Dear Minister of Foreign Affairs, dear colleagues, ministers, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure for me and my delegation to participate in this high-level panel on sustainable ocean management at this important, very important, Our Ocean Conference. Since its inauguration in 2014, this conference has been a crucial platform for promoting the protection and sustainability of the oceans. The oceans play a vital role in the health of our planet and human life, from climate regulation to food security. We recognize the complex challenges they face, such as pollution, acidification, sea level rising, and overfishing, and the urgency of effective policies to address them. Ladies and gentlemen, for Cabo Verde, a small island developing state located in West Africa and the mid-Atlantic, at the crossroads of three continents, talking about the oceans is talking about our essence. Our identity, livelihood, challenges and opportunities for sustainable development are intrinsically linked to the vast expanse of our sea, which is around 99.6% of our national territory. You are therefore an oceanic nation. Transforming it into a blue economy is crucial for the diversification of our economy and for the creation of more and new opportunities for young people, for employment, entrepreneurship, and investment in areas such as fishing and agriculture, tourism, water desalination, security, pharmaceutical industry, renewable energy, transportation, bunkering, and transshipment. It is also very important for us to address the multiple challenges that our oceans face, even though we are not the main contributors, and as other seeds, we are very much impacted by the climate change, and we need resources such as financial, human capital, and technology to tackle them. Cabo Verde is fully committed to the cause of sustainable development and management of the oceans. We have been implementing measures to conserve marine ecosystems while promoting economic growth. We do believe that blue diplomacy and international cooperation are essential to addressing the global threats to our oceans. By sharing knowledge, resources, and the best practices, we can chart a path to a more sustainable future for everyone. Together, we can ensure a sustainable future for our oceans to benefit the present and future generations. Evcharisto, thank you very much for your attention.
Evcharisto, thank you very much, Mr. Minister, for reminding us that you're an ocean nation and you're very heavily affected by the climate crisis. And it reminds us of the efforts that we need to put here for saving all areas of our planet. Let me now please welcome and invite to the floor Gareth Haddad do Espírito Santo Guadalupe. He is the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Cooperation and Communities of the Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning to all, dear colleagues, Minister of Foreign Affairs, distinguished representative and state delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I would like to thank the warm hospitality of the Greek government, especially my colleague George, and to all people of Greece. As we gather here today to discuss the critical issue of ocean sustainable management, it is imperative to recognize the unique challenge and opportunities faced by small island nations. Situated in the Gulf of Guinea, São Tomé and Príncipe, our national livelihoods, economy, and cultural heritage are intrinsically linked to the ocean. The ocean sustains us in countless ways, providing food, livelihoods, and a sense of identity. Even myself, I feel like a fish. However, the health of our oceans is under severe threats from overfishing, pollution, including plastic pollution, climate change, and unsustainable practice. To ensure the long-term viability of our oceans and the prosperity of our nations, we must prioritize sustainable ocean management. This entails some key actions that I would like to share with you today. First, we must strengthen our fisheries management practice to prevent overfishing and ensure the preservation of fish stocks for future generations. Implementing science-based quota, promoting responsible fishing practice, and combating illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing are essential steps in this regard. Recently, we have updated and strengthened our legal framework to promote sustainable fishing and the management of fisheries resources, and we are developing a national strategic plan for fisheries and aquaculture for the next decade. Our action to this domain reflects our work in promoting the sector responsibly, and we are open to partnership to promote investment in a sustainable technology while increasing productivity. Secondly, we must address marine pollution and plastic waste, which pose grave threats to marine ecosystems and human health. In a proactive approach to combat plastic pollution in the oceans, we approved a legislation that prohibits both the importation and production of plastics based on fossil fuels. By taking this step and looking forward to actively participating in the global initiatives such as the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee for the Global Treaty Against Plastic Pollution, we affirm our commitment to protect oceans and develop innovative solutions for urgent challenges, such as producing perfect biodegradable substitutes locally, which requires urgent investments for the efficient and effective implementation of the law. Overall, the approved legislations reflect São Tomé and Príncipe's proactive stance in addressing plastic pollution, recognize the importance of both regulatory measures and the development of environment-friendly alternatives. Third, we are committed to collaborate with the global community to address common challenges. This includes establishment of maritime protected areas to preserve our rich marine biodiversity and protect vulnerable ecosystems. In this regard, we will approve in the coming days the creations of 2 marine protected areas in the islands of São Tomé and 4 marine protected areas in the island of Príncipe. Fourth, we must mitigate and adapt to the impacts of climate change, which are exacerbating ocean acidification, sea level rise, and extreme weather events. Investing in renewable energy, coastal protection measures, and climate resilience infrastructures is vital to safeguard our coastal communities and ecosystems. However, as a small island developing state, São Tomé and Príncipe relies heavily on international cooperation and support to address these challenges. We call upon the global community to honor the commitment under international agreements such as the Paris Agreements and United Nations SDGs. In conclusion, the sustainable management of our ocean is not only a moral imperative, but also a matter of survival, not only for small island developing states, but also for all planets. By taking decisive action to protect and preserve our marine resources, we can secure a brighter future for our people and our planets. Let us work together, hand in hand, to ensure that the treasures of our oceans endure for the generations to come. I thank you for your attention.
I think it was an excellent opportunity to hear from foreign ministers of small island nations, which we don't have usually the opportunity to hear them in this part of the world. And what really impressed me, and what the ministers also mentioned, is how interrelated is the viability of the ocean to their own national identity, which is not the case in some other countries who have a large coastal a large coast, and I'm very happy that these ministers were today here, and they stressed how important is climate change and the viability of the ocean for their own well-being.
And Len, we consider ourselves a marine nation. We consider ourselves a nation that is so much defined by the sea. Think about those countries. So it's a great thing that you're mentioning it. And I'm also considering the commitments that have been made yesterday and hopefully today. More than 400 commitments, Minister Gerapetridi said, exceeds 10 billion. That's a great sum. We look forward for next year in Costa Rica, and we also look forward to implementation, because that's going to be the most important factor for the years to follow.
Exactly. So we hope the commitments are actually becoming, are implemented.
Exactly. So, are we moving to the plenary session, the fifth one? As you say, Eleni?
I mean, we all know how vital are oceans also to our security and prosperity. Over 80% of global trade goes through maritime routes, and up to 99% of the global data flow is transmitted through undersea cables.
And while maritime security is of very extreme importance, it is increasingly affected by a variety of challenges deriving from illicit activities, geopolitical rivalries, competition for natural resources, and other dangers such as the cyber attacks and, of course, the hybrid threats.
Exactly. So advanced technology can offer necessary tools to combat these threats. There are autonomous underwater vehicles, sensor networks, satellite remote sensing. These are some of a few examples of innovative technologies that have revolutionized the ocean exploration, monitoring, and data collection.
So we're going to listen to some innovative technologies in our next panel, titled The Pathway to Innovative Maritime Security and Emerging Technologies.
So please join us to the panel, Ms. Maja Markovčić-Kostelac, Executive Director of the European Maritime Safety Organization.
Stephen Brock, Senior Advisor to the Secretary of the Navy.
Konstantinos Kyranakis, Deputy Minister of Digital Governance of the Hellenic Republic.
Viriato Luis Suarez Casama, Minister of Environment, Biodiversity and Climate Action of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau.
And Diedon Loic Ndinga Muduma, Minister of Transport, Merchant Navy and the Sea Environment. And
the moderator will be Nick Clark from Al Jazeera.
Yeah. That's good. Which chair were you? I think this one. Were you number 2? Yeah. Okay. Well, good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Thrilled to be here to host this critical discussion on the future of maritime security. My name's Nick Clark. I'm the Environment Editor at Al Jazeera English, where this story is a constant in our news output. From piracy and armed robbery at sea to the smuggling of migrants and human trafficking, from illegal fishing and pollution to terrorism, as we just heard, to cyber attacks on the world's ports, to the dark fleet carrying prohibited cargo. Our seas are a front line. We've heard in these halls how up to 90% of world trade is transported on the world's oceans. But the security of the vessels that carry that trade and the safety of the seafarers that make it happen, well, it's suffered significantly since COVID-19, affecting not only the global economy, but also impinging on progress made in curbing greenhouse gas emissions from ships. Right now, in both the Suez and Panama Canals, transits are down by more than 40% compared to their peaks. The Suez, we all know, is a direct route between the Indian Ocean, the Med, and the Atlantic, without having to go the long way around the Cape of Good Hope. All kinds of trade go through there, from natural gas and oil, from cars to raw materials and industrial components. Indeed, in 2023, approximately 22% of global seaborne container trade passed through the canal. That was then. By the first half of February 2024, container tonnage via Suez dropped by 82%. Why the change? The threat of piracy, escalating attacks on ships entering and leaving the Red Sea. And the knock-on effect of that is that ships travel much further to go the long way around at huge added cost of fuel, which means things cost more for the consumer. Global implications. If you think of a round trip from Singapore to Northern Europe, rerouting around Africa means around about 70% increase in greenhouse gas emissions. And as rerouted vessels increase speeds to cover longer distances, environmental gains achieved through slow steaming are being eroded away. Global implications. And these attacks on ships in the Red Sea ramped up sharply, of course, since November last year, adding to the disruptions in the Black Sea caused by the war in Ukraine. Another front line is the coast of West Africa. And we'll hear today firsthand the collective efforts being made to combat the threat of piracy and the resulting reduction in the number of pirate attacks in the Gulf of Guinea and the difficulties that still remain. Illegal fishing is also a huge problem on that coast, and we'll learn how identification and location technology has a critical role to play in that sphere and indeed across our oceans. But again, it's not without its challenges. And yes, also on the increase, cyber attacks. They're posing a significant new threat to port authorities and to shipping worldwide. Indeed, on Christmas Day in 2023, the Port of Lisbon was suspended for 4 days after a cyber attack on the port's website and internal computer system. The Port of Singapore has been targeted. Ports in Australia were hit last year. Across the maritime industry, response plans are required to this new emerging threat. So let's take this all on and explore the challenges in 40 minutes or so and solutions in this world of maritime security. I'm going to ask each of you to speak for 2 to 3 minutes. Please try and keep to that time, no more than 3 minutes. And Steve Brock, Special Advisor to the Secretary of the US Navy, I'll work through all the guests and come to you last if that's all right, so we can get some perspectives from the US Navy about everything that everybody said. But first, let's start with EMSA, with the European Maritime Safety Organization and its Executive Director, Maia Kostelas. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and allow me to start by congratulating the Greek government for the organization of this magnificent and so important event, but also thanking them for choosing this important topic, because indeed, as you just said and described, the security challenges and the security and complicated geostrategic and geopolitical environment we are all sailing through brought the security in the center of our consideration, because there is no sustainability without the security. There is no safety without the security. We have witnessed recently the devastating impact of the security incident to sustainability. For example, given just the example of the Ruby Mar vessel in the Red Sea, but also the routing of the practically 90% of international shipping now around the Horn of Africa, which means the longer journey, more fuels burned, more emissions to the environment of CO2 and SOx. More than 60 direct targeted attacks over international shipping, threatening the safety of navigation, but threatening also the freedom of navigation only in the last 2 months. So given all this, clearly the question in front of us is how to do things better, how to be better in prevent, but also in the response and react to security threats we are facing with. Naturally, one of the solution and one of the solution we are embracing is to use the new technologies and everything that developers and the innovative technologies are giving us in terms of raising our efficiency. So for us in EMSA, this was certainly the way forward. We were embracing technologies in all aspects. It's embedded in our strategy, I would say, so we are embracing the new technologies, which significantly raise our efficiency, given just the examples of information collection, sharing, fusing, and using the artificial intelligence to understand better the values and the added value of the information that we are collecting through the different systems. That with Earth observation, with ARPA systems and ROVs, complements us as the service provider for the broader community, not just directly the maritime safety community, which is our, let's say, natural nest. That proves the added value in the recent, for example, monitoring of the grain corridor and the implementation of grain corridor, where we facilitated its efficacy, and that was with a great added value for the supply chain when it comes to food all around the world. EUNAVFOR, Atalanta, IRINI, and now the new EUNAVFOR activities are also supported with these implemented maritime services and integrated services that we are providing. I'm underlining the word integrated and holistic approach because I strongly believe that this is the only way how we can actually address the raising challenges.
I'm just going to jump in there because we need to move on, but I just want to ask you a very quick question, which if you could answer briefly. You've been talking about technology, and one of those technologies is Earth observation. Very briefly, outline for us the implications of that and how it's being used.
Well, the Earth observation services we are providing already for a couple of years, and it has a very wide application, from the search and rescue operations, where it proves to be a very valuable additional tool. Particularly, it was proved during the COVID period, when that was brought as the primer line of defense in search and rescue operations, but also for the monitoring and response to oil pollution, for example, through our system called CleanSeaNet, where we support the industry and the competent authorities now already for the decades. Satellite communication is another topic which is very relevant and very important, particularly in the raising demands of the digitalization and automation of shipping.
Excellent.
But if I may just underline one more topic, and that is where I believe we should do the important step forward, and that is the cooperation. We should change the paradigm of the cooperation, particularly when it comes to the cooperation between civilian and military sector. The doors should be open. The way how we exchange the information should be with a more, let's say, trust in both communities. That is why, for Europe, we have been in EMSA entrusted by DG Mare to build what we call Common Information Sharing Environment, CISE, which is exactly designed to enable, in time, dedicated exchange of classified information between the two communities.
Okay. Maya, thanks very much indeed for that cooperation across all spheres. Absolutely crucial. Let's move on to the Minister of Transport, Merchant Navy and the Sea, of the Sea Environment of Gabon, Loic Muduma. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Nick. So let me take this opportunity to greet all the organizers for the tremendous job they're doing, as well as the country that is very, very hosting. I like eating fish, and since I came, I am still eating fish. That's very good for me. In terms of innovative and maritime security for emerging technology, let me tell you that Gabon is located within the Gulf of Guinea, and Gabon has dedicated 26% of its exclusive economic zone in terms of fighting the illegal fishing. And Gabon is also a champion in terms of carbon. We are now enjoying 90.6 million of tons of carbon now, Gabon. But as the previous speaker said, this area is facing a lot of challenges. And if we set an ocean of potential means to suppress piracy, illegal trafficking of goods and people, illegal fishing and pollution, and other illegal activities, it turns out that science has already advanced a lot, but the technology is not well shared with those who do not have it yet. And the maritime industry does not seem to be too concerned about the problems because they are not playing the role they should play when I can see the profit they are making in that area of the world. Let me talk about the part of to innovative maritime security and emerging technology. I'm giving some ideas, generally talking. I think it is very urgent to set up a permanent surveillance scientific unit to at least know the nature of the stocks, because we are only fishing but without knowing what remains on. We don't know any stocks that we do have now within that region of the world. And the local countries, they have maritime security organization. And what we need is collective effort, where the shipping industry could play a key role by providing a logistic support to local countries. We have two zones, two critical zones, what we call Zone D and Zone E. But these zones have been created since 2009. I haven't seen any single country coming abroad to say, okay, we're going to support you. Only the United States with the Obanga that we made a long time ago. So there is no support from the shipping industry. We need to train many young people in marine biology for a better knowledge of the maritime environment. Yes, if we have scientists and biologists, we can now see how to tackle the issue of protecting the biodiversity. By the past and up to date, we still have the joint and combined patrol, which are very successful sometimes, and this is something we need to keep emphasizing and supporting.
Minister, if we can wrap up as soon as you can, so maybe some of these points you can bring up in the conversation afterwards, but we're just running out of time.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
All right, you're good. Okay, fine. Thank you very much. We'll come back to you a bit later.
Okay.
Duma, thank you very much for that. All right, next up, let's hear from the Deputy Minister of Digital Governance here in Greece, Konstantinos Kyriakis. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. I would like to welcome all the friends from all around the world here in our beautiful country. Thank you very much for being here for this important conference. I will follow up on some of the points that were raised just before. I think it's very important to highlight the importance of Earth observation for the protection of the oceans. And this is why the Greek government would like to commit, since we're talking about commitments in this conference, and this is very important to have concrete and practical commitments that make sense for a common goal. We would like to commit on manufacturing satellites, microsatellites and small satellites that will help monitor the global oceans in a much better way. So oil spills, all kinds of spills that might harm the oceans. Now we have good technology, innovative technology that can help us monitor this kind of pollution in a much better way. Greece would like to commit in the upcoming 3 years the creation of at least 15 micro and small satellites that will also contribute to this goal. Commitment number 2 from our side has to do with shipping. As you probably heard yesterday, those of you that were present at the conference, Greece's access to the global oceans is mainly done through a very large fleet of privately owned shipping industry. Greece has the second largest fleet around the world, and it's our duty to digitize the whole process of this industry in order to optimize the routes, in order to optimize the processes, in order to help all this industry be as eco-friendly as possible. So this commitment number 2, and I'm also very happy to mention that in a month or 2 from now, we are launching an application to protect also our coasts and the usage of every beach here in Greece through an application that, again, through satellite imaging, will allow citizens and businesses to monitor who owns what on every coast, and therefore put some common rules, apply some common rules that will protect the environment and will also keep accountable everyone who is harming the environment at the coastal lines. So these are three very specific commitments that I would like to announce today, and I'm sure we can follow up in the discussion later, because I understand we are...
Absolutely. I know you're very and highly invested in AI, artificial intelligence. We'll try and come to that a little bit later, but Deputy Minister, thanks very much. Let's move on to the Republic of Guinea-Bissau now. Viriato Kasama, over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this invitation. As you know, Guinea-Bissau is a country with the rich maritime coastline and marine biodiversity, recognize the critical importance of ensuring the security of our maritime resource and the sustainable development of associated economies activities. In this regard, we have been tirelessly working to develop strategies that promote robust maritime security while embracing emerging technology to strengthen our capability. It is essential to acknowledge the significant efforts that have already been made. Guinea-Bissau has implemented policies and regulation to protect our maritime ecosystems, combating illegal fishing and promoting sustainable practices. Additionally, we have strengthened our regional and international partnerships to share information and resources in the fight against transnational threats such as drug trafficking and human trafficking. Thank you.
Okay, we'll leave it there. Come back to you in a little bit. On to the Republic of Ghana, the Minister of Transport, sitting alongside me here, Kwaku Asiama.
Yes, thank you very much. And I think it is important that we express our gratitude to our host for the reception they've given to us. I think based on the narrative that you just give and all the points which have been raised by other panelists, shows that the maritime security is so core to the development of our world economy. So every country needs to treat it, because if we don't do it well, it means that it will have a significant impact on the international trade. So Ghana, within the Gulf of Guinea, what we are trying to do is to embrace technology and innovation, look at legislation, and also look at infrastructure. By so doing, we have invested in VTMS, not only investing in it, but also trying to upgrade it to give it a better pictorial of our territorial waters. And also
just explain what that is.
The VTMS, that is a system which is a vessel traffic monitoring system that is giving us the opportunity to monitor all the vessels within our territorial waters. What we have done is to also try to upgrade it, because you know technology, we cannot adopt technology on those systems, but try to invest in it. We are trying to upgrade it so that we can get a better pictorial imagery to detect all the vessels within our territorial waters. By so doing, if there's any issue within, then we can then zone in and do that. So we have also gone in to invest in patrol boats, which will give us the opportunity to confront any untoward situation within our waters. We also have a system whereby we have a coordinated entity or agency, because in fighting maritime crime, it's not the sole responsibility of maritime authority alone. We have the marine police, we have the national security, that's the intra-agency system, whereby we share information on a certain platform to give us information if there's any issue which is raised within our territorial waters. Not only are we doing it amongst ourselves, but we believe that the Gulf of Guinea stretches within the West Africa zone. So per the ECOWAS system, we are also collaborating with some of our ECOWAS countries to make sure that we have a joint patrol system within our waters to develop a common standard operation method to deal with some of these agents, some of these issues that we are finding within our Gulf of Guinea. And also, by so doing, we need to zone in infrastructure. We need to deal with intra-agency cooperation and interagency, and also try to deal with international communities, because some of them have the experience, they've done it before. If as I'm talking to you now, the MMCC, that is a zone, EEZ, is being hosted by Ghana, whereby we coordinate all these activities with the international communities who have the experience and the know-how. We tap it from them. We also seek their support doing research and some of this cooperation. But what is left is more infrastructure. And I think later you have the opportunity to talk about it. So basically that is what we are trying to do.
Yeah. And again, this theme of cooperation and sharing is coming to the fore again, and the importance for this to be available to all across the board. Finally, let's go to the Senior Advisor to the Secretary of the US Navy, Steve Brock. Steve, over to you.
Thank you, Nick. It's an honor to be here at this conference and with this community. You've shaped our perspective on new pathways to innovation in maritime security. The Secretary of the Navy, he was the first one to attend an Oceans Conference. From the moment he departed Panama, he was looking forward to being here in Athens. But world events over the weekend, maritime security events over the weekend required that he stay in Washington. But he wanted to convey that he hopes to see you all again in South Korea. Our participation in the Oceans Conference last year shaped our signature initiative, Maritime Statecraft, which is a broad-based, whole-of-government effort at every level, including with stakeholders such as you, at tackling the emerging maritime security challenges that we all face. What we do here matters, and the relationships that we build here matter. As we were departing the conference in Panama, NGO colleagues here alerted us to a sinking oil tanker off the coast of the Philippines, and that head start allowed the Secretary to execute his authorities to dispatch salvage teams and salvage equipment to mitigate that ecological disaster threatening coastal communities in the Philippines. Additionally, you mentioned the Panama Canal. We had the opportunity at the last conference to interact with the executive director of the canal, learn about the freshwater challenges really affecting the operations of that critical sea Atlantic global communication, and that has led to a partnership with the Austin Research and the Panamanian Canal Authority on increasing freshwater supplies in the watershed for the canal. Additionally, the Secretary and Secretary Kerry and President Whipps announced a Navy-funded data aggregation, data visualization tool for climate resilience for island leaders. And just several weeks ago, the Secretary was in Palau at the same time that capability was delivered as the first to Pacific Island nations. At the conference last year, we had the opportunity to connect with the triad chairs that lead our nation's effort on IUU fishing. Sometimes you have to leave Washington to truly connect, and that has led to collaborations. In fact, we just met 2 weeks ago at the Pentagon and discussed our unmanned task force in the Middle East, and since the last Oceans Conference in the Caribbean, that is a mesh network of undersea surface and airborne unmanned assets with both queuing and enforcement technologies on them that are very valuable for partners in their efforts to combat illicit maritime transnational issues in their EEZs. The Coast Guard is opening a IUUF Center of Excellence in Hawaii, home porting a cutter in Hawaii whose top mission is going to be IUU fishing, and additionally signed agreements with Cote d'Ivoire and also Ecuador, two essential partners in fighting against illicit transnational maritime activities. We were very, very inspired by the decarbonized shipping initiatives at the last conference, and that has led to a U.S. Navy $4 million effort to design a hydrogen hybrid vessel for oceanographic research vessel for the Scripps Oceanographic Institute and the state of California to meet their net zero goals, and we hope that that is a model for other initiatives such as the Blue Pacific Shipping Partnership that was discussed at this conference. We are investing a lot in coastal resilience for our coastal installations, naval bases, and our island installations. And entrepreneurs, especially climate, environment entrepreneurs and small business owners that we've met here, have had a real impact on some of our decision making on those investments, especially on nature-based solutions, reef restoration, and environmentally optimized materials and methods as far as we pursue those. We're in a maritime century. Our growing reliance on the ocean requires, sustainable, safe, and sovereign oceans for all. That's why the U.S. Navy has dedicated $92 million to climate research on the oceans and additional $68 million focused on the Arctic and that emerging maritime security issue. As you probably well know, the U.S. Navy has been a leader in oceanographic research and understanding the oceans since its inception, and we truly believe that there is an ocean of potential in collective collaboration going forward, and let's act together.
Okay, Steve, thanks for that, Steve Brock there. Okay, let's throw it around a little bit. We'll go back to Maya to start with at EMSA. Maya, so you mentioned the common information sharing environment. Can you expand a little bit more about that and how supporting this kind of military civil cooperation that's going on can help all these issues in the maritime domain?
Well, CISA is built, can you hear me? Yeah. CISA as a platform is built on the premises that both the Coast Guard cooperation, but also the wider civilian military context should have the secure platform to exchange the information on the need-to-know basis in the real time and designed to address different kind of illegal activities in the sea. It's a growing community. We have been entrusted to transform it from the project phase into the operational. Operational has been initiated from the beginning of this year. So it's a growing community, and the initial experience from using the CISA is very positive. So we trust that through this system, we can reuse the systems that we already host, both us in EMSA, but also the colleagues in navies, also the colleagues in different parts of the Coast Guard community, including EFCA and Frontex in Europe, but also US Coast Guard, Canadian Coast Guard, and others who may use the advantages of exchanging the information through CISA channels. So it's not a new system, it's a platform which enables direct information exchange in the secured manner.
So there are all these platforms and technologies, and we've alluded to the need for greater cooperation. Riato Kasama, the Minister of Environment for Guinea-Bissau, if I come back to you, what's your perspective on this and this requirement for there to be greater international cooperation to help you in that perspective that can chart a better path towards better maritime security along your coasts?
Thank you very much. Looking to the future, we are committed to embracing initiative technologies to boost our maritime security. This includes the adoption of remote monitoring systems such as drones and satellites, to enhance our soil relevance capability and response to incidents. Furthermore, we are investing in sensing technology and data analysis to better understand and protect our marine ecosystem, including early detection of pollution and assessing the impact of climate changes. However, we recognize that the path to truly innovative maritime security requires a holistic and collaborative approach. We are committed to working closely with other nations, international organizations, and the private sector to share best practices, develop capabilities, and promote innovation across the marine sector. In this regard, we are eager to collaborate with international partners in the development and implementation of joint initiatives, including capacity building, programs, research, and technology development. We believe that By working together, you can achieve a more robust and sustainable maritime security for the benefit of all.
Okay. Maduma, Vriato there, he mentioned this, the world of surveillance technology and how important it is. And it's improving, no doubt, all the time. But again, it has to be shared between countries. Maduma, what are your expectations there of that actually happening to the degree it needs to happen?
Thank you. You know, the technology is already there. We have satellites. I mean, some partners, countries, they have satellites. But I think that it's not well shared and it's not well organized. So we need to build a strong a common maritime picture in that area that can be shared, so everyone can see can have the same situation at the sea. This is a problem because the area is quite wide, and I've seen partners coming with their equipment, satellite equipment, they're working separately. We need to bring all people together and see how we can improve this maritime common picture to share, and so we can be acting, we can be anticipating some situation. This is the problem we are facing in that area, because countries, they do have some assets, but you cannot stay 30 days at sea. You need some time, some imageries to go and work. It's the same situation for the pollution, for maritime pollution. We can have some oil spills over there, but since there is no satellite tracking the spills, it will be very difficult. This is really what I think on our ask the partner to come, work us together and see how we can develop. And we have seen all this sometimes, partners coming and doing by their own, but the experts are there. If we don't share with local experts, it will be very difficult to achieve what we are looking for.
Okay. Another big area, of course, is AI, artificial intelligence. And as I say, Konstantinos, that was something that you're very interested in and exploring and exploiting its potential. Tell us how you think AI can contribute to protecting the oceans and indeed the natural habitat.
Thank you for the question. So I was just last week in Boston at the MIT Sea Grant. It's a thing called, so the Sea Grant is run by a Greek professor called Mr. Triantafylou. And in its premises, you really see some impressive stuff that I would like to share, because our government is exploring how, through a collaboration, a potential collaboration, we can really help our oceans become cleaner. So it's now possible with AI to track an object's route through the oceans when it leaves the coast under random circumstances. So through AI, they have presented us with a prediction model that can, depending on the object's nature, on the object's size, on the object's origin. So, for example, a plastic bottle, you can really predict with a very high probability rate the end point, the area, the maritime area that this kind of objects would conclude, let's say, the route. So what's possible for our governments, if these models are tested again and again, and we're able to see them in practice, what would be possible for our governments is to plan interceptions for this kind of massive pollution practices, and have possibilities that we didn't have a few years ago. What other stuff we have seen through AI is, of course, autonomous vehicles, autonomous machines that can reach these areas and clean up in a much more efficient way than the ones we are using today or in the previous years. So AI gives us a bunch of possibilities. We also have seen a robotic turtle that would be able through vision technologies and AI applications to collect more data in a much more efficient way, and therefore at any depth, at any depth of the ocean, be able to track, movement, track pollution, and so on.
Okay.
So all these kind of possibilities, we as governments have a responsibility to explore, and we want to commit.
Lots of potential. I'm sorry to cut you off, but we're just running out of time, and we've still got a couple of guests to go. So
okay,
thank
you asked the question. So
yeah, important time. We're up against the clock, I'm afraid. Steve.
Okay.
So we've been hearing and talking about illegal and unreported and unregulated fishing and how it's a big worry. What can the U.S. Navy do to help mitigate that?
Well, the unmanned task force that I mentioned earlier, one of the big ideas behind that is for partners that don't have large fleets of manned vessels or aircraft to be able to participate in a network for queuing and enforcement action against these illegal fishing activities. So, for instance, what we're doing in the Caribbean and what we had done previously in the Middle East brought together at one point up to 30 different nations/industry partners that were able to operate their unmanned assets in a mesh network, sharing data and sharing unique data from the capabilities that were on each one of those unmanned assets in a very unique way. And so it's very cost effective. It allows a lot greater diversity of participants, and it really breaks down barriers on information sharing the way that it's done.
Okay. Kwaku, in Ghana, what's your sense of the future, and especially with piracy, and how confident you are that you're going to be able to beat it?
Yes, thank you very much. I think the issue of piracy within the Gulf of Guinea is a major concern to all of us in terms of, but we also have an issue. We think that we'll be able to fight it to a certain level, but the method of reporting at times is a basic problem for all of us. And when these issues are being reported to the extent that it increases the cost of doing business within your waters. So I'm appealing to the international community that yes, the territorial waters may be ours, but in terms of economic activity, in terms of the trading, that goes on. Now that the Suez Canal is a problem, that the Gulf of Guinea has become a major route for our shipping industry. So what is that we need to do is to come together and have a system of trying to bring sanity within the Gulf of Guinea area by trying to help in terms of technology. I have said it, by trying to help in terms of infrastructure. Because if the multinationals believe that they are also benefiting in terms of trading, then they should not leave the cost of maintaining this peace or maintaining sanity within the district to government within the West Africa alone. They may be willing to do it, but in terms of infrastructure, we may not have the capacity to deal with it. So we need to look at research, we need to look at the capacity within the countries, within the West African subzone, within the Gulf of Guinea area, to see if the international community really believes that, yes, it's a major route for them, then they must come in terms of infrastructure, they must come in terms of building the capacity within the West African countries, so that together we can deal with it. And also, we should all try and see how the reporting is done. We think that in terms of reporting, it has not been fair, and this is creating a lot of issues for us. We've complained several times to these agencies who report, but it looks as if that they have their own system, and at times they don't even share the information with you for you to know what is. Before you could say, Jack, they've reported a thing on the international market, and coming back to explain yourself, then they will come and tell you, oh, we didn't know this, we didn't know you have this. I think that is also important, that whenever they have some of this information, they should share with us. For us also try to explain our part, or trying to also share with them what is that we are doing. I think together, we are in it together. Let us not see it as a fight again. Let's see it as a common, as a common issue, because they are benefiting in terms of trading. We are also benefiting in terms of international trade. I think that when we harness our resources together, we'll be able to bring some form of sanity within the Gulf of Guinea area.
Okay. We've got to wrap this up, but Steve, very briefly, if you would, I just want to come to you because you've got some interesting ways that the efforts of the US Navy in maritime security are contributing to the protection of our oceans that one might not expect. Just around about a minute, if you would.
There are several things that are ongoing. First of all, our Office of Naval Research is all over the world and doing a tremendous amount of things. Although we invest tens of millions of dollars in research for, operational reasons or budget reasons or political reasons, we don't always adopt all of that research and use it operationally. So I think there's some great opportunities, through various sharing arrangements to collectively benefit from all of that. It's great research, and it spans the realm of scientific endeavor on a lot of these issues. But I did hit on, the things we're doing on hydrogen hybrid vessel, the things we're doing for resilience of our bases in coastal areas. And there's many other things that you'd be surprised that the Navy's involved in, but I think it's very beneficial for the world as a whole.
Okay. Let me come back to you, Maya, if we could, and what your sense of the future is as you take on your role, and with all these emerging technologies that are available, and also taking on board what we've heard, especially from the West African nations, about the challenges that they have and the assistance that is required by nations that perhaps don't have access to these technologies.
We have heard today and yesterday that ocean is our common responsibility. So the same is sharing the best practices, sharing the knowledge. EMSA is proudly participating in a number of the activities through which we are assisting our neighboring communities, neighboring countries, but also the wider global community in sharing the best practices and knowledge, and particularly there where this is the most needed, being that in the Black and Caspian region, or being that in Med or in the wider Indian Ocean region. I want to emphasize once again that on one hand side we have to work on the embracing technology, but we have to work on people as well, to change the culture, to change the attitudes towards the new technologies. We have to share also all we know about the risks that are embedded in the new technologies. We have mentioned shortly cybersecurity. This is going to be the threat of international shipping in the future, absolutely.
One more thought, if you would, Maya, because we need to get on to the commitments.
Definitely. We are committed to, let's say, contribute to the safety, security, and environmental protection in next 5 years with over 500,000 euros.
All right. Thank you very much for that. It's been a fascinating discussion about this ever-increasing security challenges facing the maritime industry. We need to move on to the commitments. We're running out of time. You've got to keep them short, people. About a minute each, if you would. Can we start with Norway, please?
So, thank you. Our ocean is an essential source of food and energy for tackling climate change and for human health, all necessary to our continued existence. I'm pleased to announce that the government of Norway in 2023 and 2024 provides $275.5 million for the realization of a national knowledge center for ocean space technology. Sustainable use of marine resources is a fundamental principle for Norway. Sufficient knowledge is key to ensuring sustainability for all types of ocean activities. This is at the very core of our approach to integrated ocean management. The Norwegian Ocean Technology Center in the city of Trondheim is said to be one of the world's most advanced facilities for ocean research and education. When realized in 2028, the main objective will be to contribute to the sustainable development and restructuring of the maritime industry locally, nationally, and also globally. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. The government of Peru, please.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for the word. The government of Peru will improve and expand the maritime traffic service in the port of Callao. The objective of this commitment is to expand the scope and surveillance to provide navigation safety, increase efficiency in maritime traffic, save human life at sea, and contribute to the prevention of pollution of the maritime environment under international standards in the area of coverage of the port of Callao and the adjacent maritime areas. The project consists on the installation of a comprehensive electronic surveillance system of the sea contained between the coastline and the mile 50 of the Peruvian maritime domain, which includes the installation of a network of radars, vessel traffic services, and manned aerial units, as well as the improvement and updating of the ground station for search and rescue operations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Peru. Thank you very much. The Government of Canada.
Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I'm Kevin Brasso, representing the Fisheries and Oceans Department of Canada, and it's a real pleasure for me to be here. Thank you to Greece for hosting an amazing conference. It's been an amazing success. I'm delighted to share Canada's new commitments and actions aimed at protecting the health of our oceans and security. Canada's new commitments will advance a number of key priorities in the near future. As you may know, under Canada's Indo-Pacific strategy, we established our Shared Oceans Fund, investing $84 million over 5 years to increase maritime cooperation and create a healthy marine environment in the Indo-Pacific region, while supporting measures against IUU fishing. Building on our existing efforts to promote healthy and sustainably managed oceans, both internationally and in this region, this fund is advancing efforts to strengthen and enforce the rules-based order to better regulate fishing and fisheries, to protect fish stocks, and to advance ecosystem conservation. So I'm pleased to share new commitments from our Shared Ocean Fund aimed at strengthening our governance of the high seas through multilateral engagement at RFMOs and at combating IUU fishing. These commitments are as follows. We've committed $8.7 million through the provision of state-of-the-art dark vessel detection, space-based surveillance technologies to detect and defer IUU fishing activities. This program will provide satellite data and analysis to small island nations and coastal states where IUU fishing has a major impact on local economies, food security, and the health of fish stocks. This leading-edge technology has equipped partner nations with the tools necessary to safeguard their vast seascapes and strengthen their maritime security and more effectively allocate patrol assets and resources, something we've heard about at this panel already today. Second, we commit $6.5 million over 5 years to the Joint Analytical Cell, or the JAC initiative. The JAC is an organization designed to harness complementary information gathering and analytical capacities, fisheries intelligence tools and databases, and international partnerships to fight against IUU and associated crimes in the Indo-Pacific region. We look forward to sharing more success stories in the future and the many years ahead as these initiatives on the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Canada. Excellent. Okay, guys, 2 more to come. If you can keep them short, if you would. Thank you. Stop Illegal Fishing, Botswana.
Good morning. Stop Illegal Fishing is pleased to make our 3rd commitment to protecting our ocean. Stop Illegal Fishing works with governments and IGOs to reduce IUU fishing in Africa. We are pleased to announce that our commitment is made in partnership with the Southern African Development Community's new MCS Center based in Maputo, Mozambique. This center is the materialization of over 2 decades of strong commitment and cooperation by the SADC countries to protect the region's waters. The commitment is to implement a regional register of fishing vessels. This will include the requirement to meet harmonized transparency standards, with vessels not meeting these standards being denied access to the region. We have committed $2 million aiming to fulfill this commitment by 2026. This register will be another milestone for Fisheries Regional Cooperation. We warmly thank our partners, including the US Department of State, Oceans 5, and the Waterloo Foundation. But please note that SADC would welcome new partners to support the MCS Centre and this process. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And finally, Switzerland, Ocean Care.
Thank you, Nick. Dear Excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen. Ocean Care and our partner organization, the Green Tank, are honored to announce our commitment, which is also carried by the Greek Ministry of Environment and Energy and the Natural Energy and Climate Change Agency, to provide $3,080,000 to implement the safe whale system in the Strait of Kythera. The Hellenic Trench is home to the endangered eastern population of sperm whales, of which just 200 animals remain. The main threat these animals face is to be hit and killed by a vessel. And while the most effective way to prevent such collisions is to reroute vessels out of the whale's habitat, there are regions, as the Strait of Kythera, where such rerouting is not possible because it connects the Aegean and the Ionian Sea. So as a partnership, we pledge to work together for the adjustment and implementation of an acoustic observatory to localize sperm whales in real time and 3D and alert mariners about their presence. The collaboration will scale up the safe whale system originally developed and tested successfully by Greek researchers of the Pelagos Cetacean Research Institute and the Institute of Applied and Computational Mathematics, 4th in Crete. The project will be launched this year, and we expect the full implementation of the system by the end of 2028. This commitment will play a vital part in a mix of measures required to prevent the sperm whale in this region to become extinct. Thank you.
Ocean Care. Thank you very much. All manner of important game-changing contributions to this crucial facet of ocean security. We've got to leave it there. Thanks very much for listening. Thanks to our panelists. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. It was nice meeting you.
Thanks.
So thank you all for this panel. Eleni, what is sustainable blue economy?
So it's the form of economic activity that provides essential benefits for current and future generations. It restores, it protects, and maintains diverse, productive, and resilient ecosystems, and is based on clean technologies, renewable energy, and circular material flows.
And actually, we need to implement immediate actions to that direction. As you might know, the average world sea level has risen to 9.7 centimeters over the past 30 years. And unfortunately, the rate of the rise has been accelerating, as you might know, in recent years. So let's call our next panel on sustainable tourism and sustainable blue economy.
And let me call to the panel Olga Kefalogianni, Minister of Tourism of the Hellenic Republic.
Craig Kogut, the founder and chairman of Pegasus Cabi Advisors, Six Senses Hotels Global Fund for Coral Reefs.
Terry Tamminen, President CEO of Alta Seas and the Port of Los Angeles, former Environment Secretary of California.
Mr. Achilleas Konstantakopoulos, the chairman of Temes SA.
Minister Walter Roban, Deputy Premier and Minister of Home Affairs of Bermuda.
Mirela Kumbaro Furksi, Minister of Tourism and Environment for the Republic of Albania.
Hassan Mohammed, Deputy Minister of Climate Change, Environment and Energy of the Republic of Maldives.
The moderator for this panel will be Tatiana Avedisian, is the World Ocean Initiative from the Economist Group. So, the floor is yours. Welcome. Just noting the Minister of Tourism of Greece, Mrs. Olga Kefaloniani, will be with us shortly. She will be joining the panel. There's a small delay due to technical reasons, as you might understand. We have a short problem with the microphone. It will be fixed in less than a minute. I think we will be starting with our next panel. We're minutes before starting our next panel. It's called Sustainable Tourism and Sustainable Blue Economy. There's a lot of interest on that, and while we're waiting for your microphone to be fixed, we can take some minutes, or you want to wait? Okay. Okay, we'll watch a video for a couple of minutes and we'll be back to our panel.
Using a microphone.
Okay, microphones are working. Let's start.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Tatiana Deravidisyan, and I head up development for the World Ocean Initiative at The Economist Group. Thank you to Our Ocean for organizing this very important panel. I am honored to be here with some very esteemed guests from around the world to talk about sustainable tourism and why it matters. Many of us know that tourism accounts for 40% of the ocean economy. I think when we think about the blue economy, we do not always think how these different industries relate and interact to it. And tourism obviously contributes a huge amount to developing a sustainable ocean economy. It plays a huge role in protecting our natural and cultural assets, and also when you think about coastal tourism, it is estimated to account for almost 50% of global tourism. With me today, I've got esteemed speakers, and I'm going to call on each of them to share with me some of their give us presentations on their thoughts on the role of sustainable tourism in the blue economy. I am actually going to start with Terry Tamminen, and let me just introduce everyone. So I've got Terry Tamminen, the President and CEO of AltSeas and the Port of Los Angeles. I've got Achilles Konstantopoulos, Chairman of TEMES. The Minister Walter Raban, the Deputy Premier and Minister of Home Affairs for Bermuda. Mirela Kumbara Furhi, the Minister of Tourism and Environment for the Republic of Albania. Hassan Mohammed, Deputy Minister of Climate Change, Environment and Energy for the Republic of the Maldives. Craig Kogut, Founder and Chairman of Pegasus Capi Advisors, Six Senses Hotels, Global Fund for Coral Reefs. And Olga Gefaloni, Minister of Tourism for the Hellenic Republic, who will be joining us shortly. Terry, I'm going to start off with you. Can you tell us exactly what is the blue economy in the context of the sustainable blue tourism, and how can it address climate change?
Thank you for that. I hope everyone can hear me. My microphone working? Yes, very good. So first of all, just a brief introduction about AltSea and the Port of Los Angeles. It's a nonprofit that's taken over a 35-acre campus in the port, and we have turned this into a hub for the blue economy. And when we say that, we mean aquaculture, both on land and at sea, to produce food and fuel, pharmaceuticals, all kinds of amazing things that can now come from seaweed and obviously from seafood. We mean renewable energy, so wave and tidal energy, also extracting carbon from the ocean, which is much more efficient than direct air capture or other ways of removing carbon. And the byproduct of that is green hydrogen, which we can use in decarbonizing ports and shipping activity with hydrogen. And then it's also underwater robotics, sensors, mapping, understanding how our ocean works and how we're changing it, but importantly, how we can use it sustainably. So when we talk about the blue economy, we have to remember that 70% of the planet is covered by ocean. And yet when we look for sustainability solutions like, say, renewable energy, it's solar on rooftops, or we look to electric vehicles or battery charging or things like that on land, even regenerative farming. All of that can be done in the ocean, and in fact has to be. As I think most people know, roughly half the population on Earth gets most of their protein from the ocean, but that's been by strip mining it and by really destroying it. We can't do that. We have to continue to use it sustainably. So that's also where ecotourism comes in, and where sustainable tourism is so important, because most people don't understand the ocean. So the first thing is to bring them to the ocean, whether that's at an incubator for the blue economy like AltSea, or whether that's at various resorts or ecotourism locations. Educate them that this is an ocean planet. We are ocean creatures. And then they become interested in, well, gee, what could I learn about these different industries? Could I get a job in this? Could I be part of this blue economy? And that's what we see every day when we have school kids come through our facility and their eyes are opened up to these possibilities. And then with our community colleges and workforce training programs, we get people into sustainable ecotourism and those other industries that I mentioned.
Thank you. And you've highlighted some key points there, the importance of bringing people closer to the coast so that they can learn more about the ocean. Craig, how can we dispel misconceptions about the benefits of sustainable ecotourism for communities and nature?
I think that's a very important question, and we frequently face that as someone who has been in the ecotourism space, manages the Global Fund for Coral Reefs, which is investing in ecotourism, another green climate-sponsored fund, which is investing in places like Galapagos. Ecotourism can be done terribly. It can be really non-sustainable, and I think there is this misconception that the people in this room and others, and we're working closely with the UN World Tourism Office to promote standards and the like, because ecotourism, as Terry said, one, allows us to educate people, two, it provides jobs. And one of the things I think all of us in this conference know we need to do is to monetize nature and make it sustainable, and ecotourism is one way to give people jobs and build the infrastructure that Terry's talking around it. And it's absolutely crucial to educate the local communities as well, which ecotourism also provides. So I think we need to tell success stories, which again we're trying to do with UN World Tourism Office, pick models, pick standards, and there's no such thing as perfection, but we need to push towards perfection of building out ecotourist infrastructure and training and use those as the models, because again, there is this misconception that tourism in general is bad. And particularly luxury tourism, people get confused about, because low density is absolutely crucial. I'm looking at some of the ministers here, they know low density tourism is crucial to preserve nature.
And in fact, it's the backbone of many small island state economies. So I want to actually turn to Minister Hassan to ask you a question of how is the Maldives contributing to sustainable tourism in the blue economy? No. Please.
So in terms of talking about sustainable tourism and sustainable blue economy, I first wanted to highlight our biodiversity, which is very crucial to us. We are a custodian of a large marine area, which holds significant biological diversity globally even. So we have, people have been living in Maldives for like ages now and living in peace with the natural world. And we aspire to this creed and impart it to the next generation. So for our daily existence, it revolves around our natural biodiversity. It is an essential part of our social and cultural domain, as well as the larger economy. So indeed, the biological diversity found in our seas, island, reefs is essential to our entire way of life. So we are heavily dependent on it for food, jobs, security, quality of life, our aesthetic beauty, and all the recreation activities, and our sustainable livelihoods. So Maldives, the coastal and marine biodiversity it directly affects two of our largest economic sectors, fisheries and tourism. So to enhance the protection of the biodiversity for tourism sector, the Maldives government implemented a green tax that is deducted from each of our visitors to the country. And following that, the funds raised by this green tax, we use it to preserve, protect, and conserve our nature. And also it funds, these funds are utilized to address issues such as the waste management, pollution reduction. So this directly contributes to the loss of biodiversity. And over long period of time, we have conducted surveys, and over the years, it has repeatedly demonstrated that the tourists come to Maldives to witness our natural ecosystems and the wildlife that inhabits it. So studies have shown that the manta rays, sharks, turtles, particularly the whale sharks and other marine megafauna in the wild are essential to our tourism industry, economy, and our ability to support the livelihoods of our local communities and these sectors. So it is very important and a priority for us to protect this megafauna, and we have prioritized it. We have always prioritized it. And together with that, there are also other ongoing conservation initiatives implemented within the Maldives tourism industry. And even without an official recognition, the resorts have always conserved and protected the coastal system, particularly the coral reefs. And also to enhance the positive conservation impact of the tourist islands, the government has initiated now the identification of managed areas in the resort islands. So this is known as the other effective area-based conservation measures, OECMs, as we shortly say. So by incorporating these areas, Maldives will, hopefully we are expected to surpass the 30% ocean target, specifically the protected coral reefs at a national level by 2030. Including that, outside of the tourist areas, we also have 91 protected areas in which we are trying to implement management plans, and also this will include the formulation of our ecotourism framework. And so the idea is to not only just protect these areas, but also so that the local communities can have an economic benefit out of it and they take ownership. So that would be a very, in the coming years, but hopefully this year we have now formulated the framework and we'll be implementing it as soon as possible. Then in terms of fisheries, we are only 1% land. Part of blue economy, fisheries is a significant aspect to it. And our fisheries sector has always been looked at as one of the most sustainable and cleanest fisheries activities. We don't do destructive fishing activities such as bottom trawling or seining, and it has been banned in our country. So we do pole and line fishing, which is a very sustainable way of conducting it. And also we are one of the first countries to ban coral mining, even though at the time it was one of the major products that was used for construction, because coral reefs are obviously very important and significant to our natural defenses. And together with this, in terms of the economy, Maldives is also currently focusing on developing our marine aquaculture sector. So this is, and particularly an emphasis on resources commonly that is exploited in the fishing activities. So these initiatives are aimed to promote the healthy oceans and ensure sustainable use of the ocean resources. Then in terms of our National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, we are currently reviewing it, and it is being updated. Hopefully by this year, with our efforts, we'll make our best efforts to meet the ambition of the Convent Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework to hold and reverse the biodiversity. So the new administration, we have pledged to have a nature park in each of our atolls, which again the ownership will be taken by the local communities so that it will benefit them also economically. And together with that, but this will be outlined within our protection area regulation, and we will have different tiers of protection so that it can be used sustainably. And also underway is also one of the other pledges is we currently have 3 biosphere reserves, and we have pledged to have 3 more biosphere reserves within Maldives, and this will also give a more push towards conservation and effective management of these areas. And one of the other very important launches, which will be launched soon, one of our pledges is to plant 5 million trees, and this will also enhance the mangrove system, which can provide more protection to our islands and also to the resorts potentially, which will again contribute to the economy. So we have very ambitious goals that contributes to sustainable economy, blue economy and the tourism sector, and which, again, to be effective, we will require mobilization of funds for special initiatives, and also understanding the need of the local communities and synergizing the protection and conservation efforts together with economic benefits, which is something we are focusing on for particularly this relevant local communities and the industry. So this is Yeah, a lot of work is being done, and hopefully we can have a sustainable blue economy and the tourism industry, which is very crucial to us, and also fisheries industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hassan. I think you've done a brilliant job of highlighting the interdependency of all these different industries with each other in the blue economy. I want to turn to Achilles now. What do you consider to be the most breathtaking, breakthrough sustainability initiative that your organization has developed?
Thank you for this question. I'm sorry, I woke up this morning and my voice was gone, so I'm struggling a little bit, but I think I need some good local Greek herbs to improve that. First of all, I would like to point out, as my talkers before spoke, that it's very important to educate the industry, the tourism industry that I'm part of, that sustainable tourism is not only good for the environment, but it's also good for their business. And it's very important to showcase that. So the tourism and the clients are moving towards the demand for sustainable products. And so it's not only good for our planet, but it's also good for us. Especially for Greece, where we have a coastline which is more than the Iberian Peninsula on all. So we in Temes, in Costa Navarino, which is one of the major turtle protection NGOs in the world and in Greece, and in one of our sites there was a turtle visiting the beach. And we have started studying that 2 years before we even started construction. After finishing construction, it's been now 15 years now, and the specific beach has more turtle hatching than before our project was actually developed. So I think that is one plans properly in cooperation with all the stakeholders, and with, of course, having in mind for long-term investment and budgeting, things can be done properly. About 8 to 10% of all our budget are targeted to sustaining the environment and to creating all the proper infrastructure to be as sustainable, environmentally sustainable as possible. Now, regarding our breakthrough and the question you asked me, thank you for that. I think it's probably our partnership with the Center of Bert Bolin at Stockholm University and the Academy of Athens, when we established NEO back in 2009. NEO stands for Navarino Environmental Observatory, and it's an initiative to study the environment in that region. It was a very important cooperation between the academic and the private sector. The University of Stockholm was looking for a local partner, and they became aware of our pioneer practices. I mean, to give you one example, we transplanted 7,000 olive trees from areas or roads in the area to put them back in, and we only lost 2. And we had some practices developed like that, and when they found out, they contacted us to do this joint venture. And it's a center that focuses on research and education on climate change and the environment in the wider Mediterranean region. It has become since a dynamic hub in the field. Today, more than 1,800 students from all over the world have visited NEO and have helped doing the studies there. 200 scientific papers have been published from there. And also, what Craig said before about how important it is to make that very relevant for the local environment, we created Cafe Neo, which in Greek actually means the coffee shop, where the scientists go around the coffee shops in the area and talk with locals and explain to them how important it is for their future and for the children's future to develop this area in a sustainable manner. And we have, together in this environment, we have created also Navarino Natura Hall, which is an interactive museum for the region's nature, which more than 5,000 local students have already visited and keep on going. Thank you.
I want to actually turn to you, Minister. Albania is fast becoming a very popular tourist destination, and it has beautiful coastlines. So can you tell me a little bit more about how you're managing the sort of increased influx of tourism versus your sustainable practices?
Thank you. First of all, let's start by introducing each other. I'm Mirela from Albania. You are watching us, I'm not seeing you, but I have a small quiz. How many people from this room has heard about Albania? Okay, and how many of you has already been in Albania? Very few. So let's try to fill this gap between the people who has heard about Albania and them who has already been there. It's a small country, the neighbor of Greece, in the north of Greece where we are, just less than 1 hour flight from Athens to Tirana. And I'm the Minister of Tourism and Environment. Why I'm underlining this? Because it's not usual to have, as far as I know, in the same portfolio, tourism and the environment together. Because in the collective perception, it's considered like to be hostile, and we have to keep it far away from each other. But maybe it's not the right approach. This is why we have chosen to put together in the same ministry tourism and environment for two reasons. First of all, to have a kind of check and balance between the two sectors, mostly for a country like Albania, where we are producing 100% renewable energy from the hydro plant, zero fossil energy. Second, where agriculture is one of the main branch of the economy, and where tourism is becoming the main sector for generating economy and the growth plan for Albania. So the idea is that the only way how we can keep it together is the sustainability development, sustainability for the agriculture, and tourism sustainable. Because the second reason is that Albania has 25% of the territory already protected area, which is not easy for a country of 28,000 kilometers square. And this is a big challenge, big courage also, but in the same way, protected areas and the coastline, it's also one of the biggest attractions that we have. When we are talking about oceans, usually it seems to be far away. Ocean is belonging to some other countries, to another planet, and in our collective imaginary, we are not connected to oceans. So maybe it's also there a lack of communication, a lack of education, if you want, even a lack of information. This is why I think that it's the best occasion to have this conference here in Greece, where we are, with Greece, we are sharing Ionian Sea, and we have also another one, Adriatic Sea, that we are sharing also with other countries of the Mediterranean area. But we have rivers that are nourishing the seas, and the seas are nourishing the oceans. So let's start by the rivers, because Albania is a country where we have 9 big rivers, and one of them is very well known. You can start the research in your Google machines. Vjosa River, which is the last white river in Europe. Always I'm asking why our famous Vjosa River is the last one. But it's difficult to have answer. The only answer that I have usually when I'm asking this is that the other countries in Europe are saying we have made mistakes. Okay, so let's save the last tiger of rivers that we have in Europe, in Albania, that we have recently declared national park. The Vjosa River, which is starting here in Greece, the Aos, in the Pindis Mountains, for the 71st kilometers, and after that in the border with Albania we have 2 100 kilometers, plus the 3 tributaries, 480 kilometers of totally wide rivers that are in the south part of Albania. It's not only a national park, it's an important symbol because Albania is not polluting anyone. It's not polluting any country. It's a small country. But Albania is, as many other small countries, victims of the climate change. This is why sometimes it's important to talk as small countries by giving a model, by creating a symbol, not because we are saving the planet, but being together, we can understand better each other between big countries, with big industries, with big decisions, with big power, and small countries, where the sustainability is not just a luxury, can be a luxury, but it's the way to live every day. And the idea and the challenge is how to keep together the protection of nature, the protection of biodiversity, and the human being. And in Albania, with 25% of the territory protected area, the human being is part of the ecosystem. This is why ecotourism, the tourism of nature, it's not just a way to make benefits, to make money, to generate economy, but to give to the people who are there since centuries the way to live without having the obligation to abandon the country. So this is Albania with 2.8 million people, who has hosted the last year more than 10 million foreign tourists by promoting the protected area, the biodiversity, and by trying to spread all these people all around. This is why it's important also to cooperate together. We are not competing with anyone. My dear Olga, we are not competing with Greece. Just to be sure, we are not competing with Italy, we are not competing with Croatia. We are just sharing the same seas, the same map of tourism, where sustainability should be our common flag. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You touched on something, and that was related to infrastructure. Of course, you know, with the influx of tourism, you need proper infrastructure to support that. Minister Raban, I want to sort of turn to you to ask a little bit about how Bermuda is using the sustainable, tourism to support sustainable practices and helping to fight against climate change.
Thank you for the question. Bermuda is, by all accounts, a very mature tourism destination. We've been in the business of tourism since arguably the early part of the 20th century and gone through different stages of it. But certainly in more recent decades, as is with many islands, tourism has played a major role with our economic development. It certainly played a role with the development of critical infrastructure, roads, sewage, electricity, telecommunications, to support the development of tourism. So tourism has, over time, contributed to those attributes to our small island. And our island is very small, 22 square miles, 60,000 people. And much of our growth was attached to tourism. Tourism now is not as much a contributor to the economy as a percentage of the economy, but it still is an essential employer and like contributor to all that Bermuda is, and has supported all the other developments that have come since. But it also is a industry for us that requires Bermuda to have a capacity much bigger than its population. We host 500,000 people a year, either through cruise or through air. But our population is 60,000. So we have an infrastructure that supports a much larger capacity than is needed for our local community. And that's one of the issues that tourism as an economic pillar we all face, in that it does require more and can be a very extractive industry, because you often have to import commodities and goods to support the actual industry itself and not just rely on your own. So sustainability is crucial now in how tourism must operate. And yes, as has been said by many at the podium already, ensuring that your population understands that sustainability of the industry is important, that the industry takes on attributes that contribute to the protection of the environment. Because we are an island, that's important, just as with the Maldives, which is an island community, and I'm sure certainly with Albania, in parts of Albania, it is important as well to preserve the attributes that actually attracts people to your country. It's not the hotels. A hotel in Athens is like a hotel in New York. There's a hotel in Bermuda. There's a hotel in Jamaica. People come because of the natural attributes of your jurisdiction. They come because of your beaches. They come because of your forests. They come because of your biodiversity. And that is actually the greatest commodity of any visitor destination like ours. Because without those attributes, and that's why we have to build sustainable practices, we in Bermuda are building a blue economy strategy with tourism as one of the marine sustainable tourism as one of our top 5 priorities. And it's also to green our tourism is a pillar of our national tourism plan. Because we understand that if we don't protect the attributes that have attracted people to Bermuda, the pink sands, our beautiful waters, our clear waters, and all that sustains that, we will not actually be a sustainable tourism destination. So sustainability now for tourism globally is perhaps the most biggest priority. And Bermuda has taken that on. As I said, we have a blue economy strategy, which has that as a chief priority. We are encouraging all of our tourism developers to build conservation and efficiency into their product. We are supporting the development of sustainable industries as part of the blue economy that take advantage of our coral reefs, that take advantage of our oceans, that take advantage of things that are associated with the ocean in Bermuda that are attract. Like for instance now, you can come to Bermuda and watch humpback whales migrate north. These are natural blue economy attributes that we have to protect. So we make sure we have policies in that protect these key assets of our tourism activity so that they will continue to be of value to us over time. This, I think, is the most essential. How are you being sustainable? Because by nature, it is not a sustainable industry because it takes a lot to support it. But we must change how we practice tourism, whether it be ocean-based tourism with cruise or land-based tourism with land. But certainly, this particular form is about the blue economy. So the ocean, as it does predominate most of the planet, is crucial to all of our survival, particularly in the tourism sector.
Thank you, Minister Ravan. Minister Kefalogianni, if I could turn to you to ask you actually about the cruise industry. Tourism is growing rapidly in Greece, and so is cruise tourism. What could it be? What role could it play to contribute to the blue economy, sustainable?
Well, first of all, as Minister of Tourism of Greece, I would like to welcome everyone in Athens and joining you in this important session. A decade after the inception of our Ocean Conference, the pursuit of sustainable solutions that positively impact our oceans remains a paramount challenge. Of course, I would like to mention that 2023 was a record year for Greek tourism. Greece's performance in the tourism tourism sector, especially last year, strengthens Greece's position as a top destination worldwide. Greece is a country with a very extensive coastline, of course, a very large number of islands, islands which are quite diverse from one another. So for any visitor, there is a variety of places one can visit. So this makes nautical tourism, especially cruising, a very attractive special type of tourism for Greece. So our main concern is to expand such opportunities for cruising in a sustainable manner, providing quality of experiences in various types of destinations, while at the same time we aim to safeguard the identity and function, as well as to ensure that the natural environment and the cultural heritage will be protected. We always have this in mind when we talk about cruise tourism. So within this basic framework of action, it is necessary to focus particularly on managing the potential pressures in the very attractive and popular destinations in a variety of ways, and to develop the necessary conditions to spread opportunities for potential new places of interest for attracting visitors. So we want to create a long-term national plan for cruising and its management as part of our national plan for tourism development. So we need to realize that certain destinations, for example Santorini, have a lot of pressure because, of course, they are so attractive, and the cruise industry is always telling us that if they don't have Santorini in their itinerary, then they cannot sell the itinerary itself. So at the same time, we need to safeguard Santorini as its natural environment, its cultural heritage, and also the local communities, which, of course, especially during the summer months, have a lot of pressure because of not only the visitors on the island, but also the visitors coming in and out of the island on the cruise ships. So, of course, we need to have much more strict berth allocation systems, and we are also contemplating introducing quota, the same way as Venice did several years ago. So we have seen that up to now, the cruise industry has actually, in a way, operated in Greece almost without any limitations. So we are now at a point where the blue economy and sustainability of our oceans makes it imperative for us to have a more strict framework within which the cruise industry will develop. And at the same time, we would also like to mention that the cruise industry should not expect actions from institutions and destinations alone, but they should also synergistically pursue destination diffusion and promote it. So, as I said before, we have so many islands in Greece, not just Santorini and Mykonos, so we would like to see the cruise market also divert, let's say, visitors to other islands, offering a beautiful scenery, cultural offering, and in this way alleviate the pressure in the most popular, let's say, destinations. So this is something that should be taken into consideration. So going away from the cruise industry, I think it's important, since we are in Greece, to refer to the words spoken by Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis during his address yesterday, because of course we see the blue economy, especially in tourism, as we see the big picture. And the Prime Minister yesterday said mitigation and adaptation are not enough. We need to focus on protection and restoration to isolate the land and seas from harmful human activities and give nature space to heal. So what is the Greek government doing? The Prime Minister yesterday announced the establishment of a special decarbonization fund for our islands, financed by the European Emission Trading Scheme allowances. Additionally, more than 200 beaches in marine protected areas will be free from commercial exploitation. And these commitments of the Prime Minister align perfectly with the Ministry of Tourism priorities, where we put the qualitative aspects of the tourism product first, rather than solely focusing on the quantitative metrics of mass tourism. So allow me very briefly to cite another shining example, which is the Greco Islands, which are nowadays developing, let's say, as pilot projects. So quite recently I had the opportunity to accompany Prime Minister Mitsotakis to this small island of Tilos in the eastern Aegean, quite close to Rhodes. So the local community has benefited greatly as the island recycles 90% of its waste and is considered a zero-waste island, while another small island, which is called Halki, produces electricity from solar energy that meets the needs of residents and visitors. So these islands are now the pilot projects for Greece to develop all of its islands in the future, both as energy efficient and also with zero waste technology. The Ministry of Tourism has also has been using funds from the Recovery and Resilience Facility to align projects with sustainable tourism. So we're upgrading the yacht marinas, both in terms of energy consumption and accessibility. We are funding projects relating to underwater parks and diving attractions to welcome visitors to explore the rich marine life of our seas. And of course we have facilities and services aimed to enhancing accessibility of our treasured beaches. And finally, a particularly important commitment is the operation of the Monitoring Center for Coastal and Maritime Tourism. Together with Mr. Kosandakopoulos, who has already developed this monitoring center for Costa Navarino, and together with other stakeholders, we are developing this Coastal and Maritime Tourism Monitoring Center for the Mediterranean region. And I will have the opportunity to speak about this more during lunch. So let me conclude, ladies and gentlemen, saying that I think in order to be green, we have to think blue as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. I can attest to the beauty of Greece. I've been to many of the islands, and recommend that you explore beyond Mykonos and Santorini, because there's a lot to see. I want to actually turn to you, Terry, because the Minister sort of talked about bold action, and that is required from governments. But sometimes this is at odds with local communities. And I think of where I grew up in Cyprus. It's a very small island. There are conservation areas, but many local communities actually push back on these conservation areas because they want to exploit this space for tourism. So how do we get local community on board with bold actions and support them so that they diversify their incomes?
Well, I think that's the key, is to showing people what's in it for them. That, in fact, everybody says they care about their kids and their grandkids. And if we continue doing what we're doing now, we're going to wipe out these natural resources that our life depends on, whether it's blue or green resources. And waste is another very good example where we really need to end the concept of waste. So I think there's a lot of just general benefits that we can point to, but it does take engagement. And I will say in California, that's something that we tried to do. Governor Schwarzenegger, who I served, is somebody that is known for a lot of bold thinking and big pronouncements, and everything had to be big. When we said we wanted a solar program, he said, I want 1 million roofs. So we had 1 million solar roofs project, but that program in 10 years yielded 3 times more green energy than we thought it would when we kicked it off. So we can use those examples to show people how many jobs it created, how much clean energy, how much health improvement, reducing air pollution, and the other co-benefits you wouldn't immediately think about. And I think the more that you engage the communities and show them those previous examples, the more likely you are to get them to come along with whatever the current project is and help them to think bold as well.
Thank you, Terry. I want to also actually turn to you, Craig, as well, because in line with that, when we think about luxury tourism, there are certain places, certain beaches around the world that are exclusive to resort guests and so on. By making coasts and beaches inaccessible, we sort of lock out that local community from enjoying that space. And in a way, it sort of distances them from that experience and understanding the importance of those coastlines. So how can, I guess, the luxury tourism industry address this and make it more accessible for local communities?
So I think it's not an either-or, and it's win-win. Yes, there will be exclusive places, but in the Maldives, it's a great example where there are a lot of luxury places, but at the same time, done right with working with local organizations, locals are being taught to swim and snorkel and appreciate the resources that the Maldives has. So being a responsible hotel developer, it doesn't mean you're bringing locals to that one beach. And most of the exclusive beaches, there are other beaches that are available. Working with the local community, you can really provide education programs, apart from jobs, but you can provide opportunities to experience nature and appreciate it in a different way. We're working closely with Parlay for the Oceans in the Maldives, which is one of our investments, and they work in collecting waste, but also working with the local community to teach kids to swim, to teach them and their families what's out there in the oceans that they need to preserve.
I will add, though, that sometimes the exclusive beaches are the best ones, sometimes in some countries. But thank you all for your comments and remarks. I'm going to actually turn now to the commitments, because we have a few organizations that want to make commitments for our ocean. And I'm going to call on the Maldives Marine Research Institute to share their commitment. Are they here? Okay, if you put your hand up if you're here. I'm going to move to Kath.
I'm here, sorry. Yeah. The Maldives delegation commends the government of Greece for hosting this important conference and the excellent hospitality we have received. On behalf of the Maldives delegation, I am pleased to announce the following commitments towards sustainable ocean economy and combating climate change. Through the large donor-funded project, we have committed $24.6 million and seeking additional finances towards decarbonization of the fisheries value chain by 30% in the next 5 years. Maldives fisheries industry is already globally recognized as one of the cleanest fisheries, and this intervention is intended to contribute to further greening the industry and making it more energy efficient. In collaboration with several Australian research partners, we have jointly committed $3 million towards research and development into new, scalable, and cost-effective technologies for larval-based coral reef restoration. This is a much-needed intervention to promote cost-effective solutions to scale up reef restoration in the face of climate change. The government of Maldives has also launched the ecotourism framework this year, promoting responsible forms of tourism in the country. The roadmap developed to implement this framework will identify key eco sites, establish guidelines, regulations, and certifications mechanisms, in addition to creating awareness on eco-friendly tourism practices. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to call on CAF, the Development Bank of Latin America, for their commitment.
Good morning, everyone. I am Eric Castro, Principal Executive for Blue Economy at the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, CAF. We aim to convert ourselves into the green and blue bank of the region. We offer advice and financial support to our shareholder countries in accelerating the achievement of Sustainable Development Goal 14, the targets of the new Global Biodiversity Framework, and the alignment with the Paris Agreement. It's my pleasure to announce today in Greece our commitment to managing projects with green funds to promote sustainable blue economy and ocean conservation in the region, particularly focusing on key issues such as the sargassum problem in the Caribbean, sustainable biodiversity management in Atlantic ecosystem, plastic pollution, and other initiatives. The goal is to mobilize at least $15 million in the next 2 years. Latin America and the Caribbean Solution Region. Thank you.
The Government of Belgium.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think we all know that the world is more and more dependent on renewable energy, and Belgium has always been interested and continues to be interested in the research and the development of new renewable energy technologies. As such, floating solar panels have already been successfully installed and deployed in ponds and in lakes, so in calm waters. But as for the high seas, which are much rougher, that is a bit different. But testing is ongoing and seems successful. But Belgium is also interested in measuring, through thorough investigation, what the effects are of such structures on the marine ecosystems and the marine environment. And therefore, my country is going to launch and finance, through a European public tender, a pilot project to install a floating solar panel park in the North Sea, the Belgian part of the North Sea, that is, in the future. And to that end, we are happy to announce that we pledge 10 million euros, or for those more knowledgeable in US dollars, almost $11 million. Thank you.
And I want to call on Ocean Policy Research Institute of the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, Japan.
Thank you. Ocean Policy Research Institute of the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, based in Tokyo, Japan, undertake a wide range of activities to promote peace, sustainability, and the prosperity of the world. I'm Masanori Kobayashi, speaking on behalf of my foundation and the institutions to announce our commitment to promote human resource and leadership development for a sustainable, secured, and prosperous ocean with the support of the Nippon Foundation. With a project budget of $6.65 million of multiple projects for the fiscal year 2024, OPRI SPF will promote ocean education and science at the primary, secondary, and tertiary education, ocean research study and training at the graduate level, youth and professional exchange program, and the crew training for maritime surveillance, together with other commitment conserving and sustainably using the ocean and the marine and coastal resources for sustainable development, was $9.92 million with an emphasis on small island developing states. OPRI SPF will contribute to the achievement of a sustainable, secure, and prosperous ocean. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Government of Ireland.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Ireland has been a very strong supporter of the Our Ocean Conference since its inception, and we will continue to be. Ireland is an island which has waters over 7 times our land area at close to 500,000 square kilometres. This brings with it responsibilities which are reflected in our National Climate Action Plan. Good marine policy decisions must be based on good information. Therefore, Ireland is committed to entirely mapping our seabed to full coverage by 2026. Ireland pledges to spend €5 million on seabed mapping in 2024 through our Infomar programme. This information will support growth within the blue economy, maintain the health and integrity of our national environment, and inform government policy. Our total commitment to this conference is €11.25 million, also covering research funding and support to coastal communities in developing countries for marine conservation. Ireland also brings our seabed mapping expertise to bear in multilateral initiatives, including the All-Atlantic Ocean Research and Innovation Alliance, where we join with partners to map our wider Atlantic. This is a contribution to help close the global science to policy gap. Thank you again.
And finally, Ocean Risk Alliance.
Thank you so much. On behalf of the Ocean Risk and Resilience Action Alliance, an alliance of 90 member organizations from government, finance, insurance and civil society, with a mission to build the resilience of 250 million climate-vulnerable coastal people in the Global South by 2030 by deploying at least $500 million of investment into coastal and ocean resilience through finance and insurance products. We have committed by 2026 to deliver on $22 million of investments channeled through locally led climate and nature-positive financial innovations. Today, we're announcing an investment of over $1 million to fund 3 projects thanks to the governments of Canada and the UK's Blue Planet Fund. We'll work with Save the Waves in El Salvador on innovative parametric insurance to protect surf breaks and their associated tourism value, with Lagos State in Nigeria Water Aid in support of the Lagos State Partnership for Coastal Resilience, and to Coast 4C Limited in the Philippines to develop regenerative seaweed farming that builds the resilience of coastal communities around marine protected areas. We're also thrilled to announce a $5 million commitment from Builders Vision into the new Outrigger Fund, the first dedicated ocean impact fund focused on investing into small and medium-sized enterprises in SIDS in 6 sustainable and regenerative blue economy sectors. And we're launching the Nautilus Ocean Guarantee Company with the Development Guarantee Group to provide guarantees to investors through local currencies, the first dedicated ocean guarantee facility. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you all for your commitments, and I also want to take a moment to thank my panelists for your contributions. I think we're all in agreement the importance of making tourism sustainable. It's not only important in the sense of making sure that that people come and enjoy that, but also for the sake of the coastlines and the biodiversity in those regions. Thank you very much, and yeah.
Thanks to our moderator.
Thank you. Thank you. I must visit.
Thank you all for listening. Thank you all for participating. Thank you very much for this panel. And it's time for a lunch break. We'll be back at 2 o'clock sharp with the next plenary session. It's 2 o'clock, all right? Thank you so much. Welcome back, everyone. So, Eleni, did you know that overfishing has increased from 10% of all fishery stocks back in 1974 to 35.4% in 2019? In fact, our region, the Mediterranean, has the second lowest percentage of sustainable fishing worldwide. It's estimated to 36%.
Wow. Illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing, or IUU fishing as it's called, is considered one of the most significant threats of the sustainability of fisheries resources. And not only that, this year has been recorded one of the warmest years on oceans, and fish have been migrating to colder oceans, creating disruptions to their ecosystems.
So let's go to our next panel, which will revolve around promoting sustainable fisheries. And let me please invite Mr. Lefteris Avianakis, the Minister of Rural Development and Food from the Hellenic Republic. Welcome.
Esben Sverdrup Jensen, CEO at Danish Pelagic Producers Organization and ICFA board member.
Carmen Ivelis Van Dunem de Sacramento Neto dos Santos, Minister of Fisheries and Marine Resources of the Republic of Angola.
Steffi Lemke, Federal Minister of the Environment, Nature Conservation, Nuclear Safety and Consumer Protection of the Federal Republic of Germany.
Sorlina Viceva, Director General DG Mare from the European Commission.
Kevin Brosseau, Associate Deputy Minister of Fisheries and Oceans of Canada.
And our moderator is Alfredo Giron, the head of the Ocean Action Agenda from the World Economic Forum. Welcome all. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Just a brief reminder for those who might not have gotten your translation devices yet, there will be translation between Greek and English. So if you don't have one yet, please make sure to approach one of our colleagues who will be distributing them. Your Excellencies, dear attendees, thank you so much for joining us today. I want to start this important discussion by sharing a few key highlights of why this conversation is so important to be had today. As we heard before, blue foods play a central role in our food systems, providing not only vital protein and nutrition for 3 billion people, but also job security and many other benefits for coastal communities. In fact, it is estimated that 845 million people in the world will be nutritionally vulnerable to any decline in seafood, and 10 to 12% of the world's population rely on it for livelihoods. An estimated 47% of the total workforce in small-scale fisheries are women. So this is an issue of equity, of access, of economic development, and of food security. There have been many challenges, and I will spare you the sad figures because we already heard some of them. But I want to emphasize that over the past decade, we have seen so much progress in the data that is collected, in the success stories, and in how we are achieving some of the targets, although still there's a lot of challenges ahead. So with that, I want to invite us all to celebrate some of the momentum that is growing today, but also to be critical about the things where we need to make more efforts. And so with that, we will start a series of remarks by our esteemed guests. And I would like to start with you, Your Excellency, Lefteris Avianakis, Greek Minister of Rural and Development and Food for the Hellenic Republic of Greece.
Here or there?
You have the microphone.
Okay. Αγαπητές κυρίες και κύριοι, φίλες και φίλοι, σας καλωσορίζω στη χώρα του φωτός και της θάλασσας. Στη χώρα που η αλληλεία αποτελεί άειλο στοιχείο του πολιτισμού μας, αλλά και δυναμική κοιτίδα της οικονομίας μας. Σας ευχαριστούμε για την ιδιαίτερη χαρά που βρίσκεστε εδώ και να συμμετέχουμε σε μια τόσο σημαντική αλληλεπίδραση από τον Βορρά μέχρι τον Νότο, από την Ευρώπη μέχρι την Αμερική και την Αφρική. Η διεθνής αυτή διάσκεψη αντικατοπτρίζει την ανάγκη για κοινές δράσεις απέναντι στις κοινές σύγχρονες διεθνείς προκλήσεις, με κυρίαρχες τη διαχείριση του νερού, τη διασφάλιση της επιστημιστικής ασφάλειας και την ισόρροπη αντιμετώπιση της προστασίας του περιβάλλοντος και της αγροτικής ανάπτυξης. Η βιώσιμη αλληλεία αποτελεί βασικό στόχο της κοινής αλλιευτικής πολιτικής. Η κλιματική κρίση ανακόπτει την αναδυόμενη γαλάζια οικονομία και τη βιώσιμη και ανθεκτική αλληλεία. Και δεσμευόμαστε ως χώρα με συγκεκριμένες πρωτοβουλίες αλλά και δράσεις. Πρώτα απ' όλα το Σύμφωνο για την Αλληλεία και τους Ωκεανούς αποτελεί την αφετηρία για την πορεία προς την αλληλεία του μέλλοντος και η Ελλάδα ήδη αποτελεί μέρος αυτής της πορείας. Το Φεβρουάριο του 2024 εγκαινιάσαμε το πρώτο Ευρωπαϊκό Κέντρο Αναφοράς για την ευζοία των υδρόβιων ζώων με έδρα την Κρήτη, έπειτα από αξιολόγηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής, γεγονός που αναδεικνύει την πρόοδο της χώρας μας. Το κέντρο αυτό αποτελεί κόμβο έρευνας και καινοτομίας, παρέχει εμπειρογνωμοσύνη και ενισχύει τη γνώση για την αντιμετώπιση των προκλήσεων, όπως η κλιματική κρίση, η απώλεια βιοποικιλότητας, η θαλάσσια ρύπανση και οι μη βιώσιμες θαλάσσιες μεταφορές. Έτσι, με σεβασμό στο περιβάλλον, η επιστημονική γνώση καθοδηγεί στη βέλτιστη διαχείριση και στη μέγιστη απόδοση της εφοδιαστικής αλυσίδας. Παράλληλα, στο πλαίσιο της προστασίας των ιχθυοαποθεμάτων, η ελληνική κυβέρνηση διαμορφώνει το πλαίσιο για την επιλεξιμότητα των αλλιευτικών εργαλείων, την εκτίμηση για τη μείωση των επιπτώσεων της αλληλείας στο βυθό της θάλασσας, αλλά και την ανάπτυξη κινήτρων για τον μετριασμό των επιπτώσεων της αλληλείας στο περιβάλλον. Επίσης, αναστέλουμε την αλλιευτική δραστηριότητα μετά από πάρα πολλά χρόνια, 122 σκαφών που φέρουν το αλλιευτικό εργαλείο της Βιτζότρατας. Παράλληλα, σχεδιάζουμε μαζί με το Υπουργείο Περιβάλλοντος όλα τα αντισταθμιστικά σενάρια για τη βέλτιστη προστασία των εθνικών θαλάσσιων πάρκων και των περιοχών Natura από τις 247 εν ενεργεία ανεμότρατες στη χώρα μας. Παρέχουμε μέτρα αποζημίωσης και στήριξης των συγκεκριμένων αλλιέων. Επίσης, αναδεικνύουμε τους υδάτινους ορίζοντες και ενδυναμώνουμε τις τοπικές κοινωνίες, ενθαρρύνοντας τη γαλάζια οικονομία σε παράκτιες, νησιωτικές και εσωτερικές περιοχές, αλλά και προωθώντας τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη των κοινοτήτων αλληλείας και υδατοκαλλιέργειας. Επενδύουμε 70 εκατομμύρια για συμπληρωματικές δραστηριότητες, όπως για παράδειγμα τουρισμό, περιβαλλοντικές υπηρεσίες και πολιτιστικές θαλάσσιες δραστηριότητες, προάγοντας την παραγωγή νέων προϊόντων προστιθέμενης αξίας και τοπικά παραδοσιακά αλλιεύματα. Ενώ ορίσαμε εθνικό συντονιστή στον Παγκόσμιο Οργανισμό Γεωργίας και Τροφίμων, του ΟΗΕ, τον ΦΑΟ, όπου είμαστε ως χώρα ιδρυτικό μέλος, ενισχύοντας ακόμη περισσότερο τη θέση μας. Παράλληλα, αναλάβαμε τη διοργάνωση του Περιφερειακού Συνεδρίου Μεσογειακής Υδατοκαλλιέργειας, του ΦΑΟ, το Δεκέμβριο του 2024. Επίσης, προωθούμε τη σύσταση στη χώρα μας διεπαγγελματικών οργανώσεων, πρώτον, για τις υδατοκαλλιέργειες και δεύτερον, για την αλληλεία και τον αλλιευτικό τουρισμό. Ενώ ενισχύουμε την αγροτική διπλωματία με στόχο τη λήψη κοινών δράσεων για την προστασία των θαλασσών μέσω του EUMED 9 και φυσικά μέσω της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης συνολικότερα. Έτσι ενισχύουμε τους περιβαλλοντικούς, πολιτιστικούς, κοινωνικούς αλλά και ανθρώπινους πόρους, ενώ παράλληλα αναδεικνύουμε τη βιώσιμη γαλάζια οικονομία. Φίλες και φίλοι, κυρίες και κύριοι, το φετινό Our Ocean Conference μας βρίσκει σε αυτόν τον ευλογημένο τόπο και σίγουρα για κάποιους από εσάς είστε μίλια μακριά μας. Όμως η θάλασσα και οι ωκεανοί είναι ο συνδετικός κρίκος όλων μας. Ενθυμόμαστε και ευθυνόμαστε όλοι μας για την προστασία τους, για τη βιωσιμότητά τους. Φροντίζουμε έτσι ώστε η βιώσιμη αλληλεία να είναι το κληροδότημα στις επόμενες γενιές. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I would like to highlight the benefits to local communities, the innovation, the protection. You basically covered it all. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, please allow me to invite Her Excellency Steffi Lemke, Federal Minister for the Environment, Nature Conservation, nuclear safety and consumer protection of the Federal Republic of Germany. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Colleagues, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our oceans are under massive pressure. Last year, ocean surface temperatures reached record highs. And in these days, we now see the most devastating coastal bleaching. This is dangerous for nature, for our economies, and for the humanity. I am deeply concerned about this development. And shipping and high levels of nutrients, contaminants, and litter have long been polluting our oceans. Fishing is also a major cause of poor state of large areas of the oceans. Marine protection in Germany and globally is a top priority for the German government. And it's something that is very close to my heart. Also, large parts of Germany's North and Baltic seas are overused. Their environmental status is far from good. Cod and herring in the Baltic Sea used to provide a regular source of income for many fishers. And today, these fish stocks are drastically reduced. This proves that if we continue to overfish in our oceans, we will endanger the foundations of our existence. The countries of the global south are particularly hard hit. It is important to limit fishing to levels that ensure fish stocks can be maintained for the long term. Healthy fish stocks are not only a source of food for a large part of humanity, they also provide food for many animals, such as seabirds and marine mammals. Healthy fish populations are an essential component of an intact and diverse ocean. To protect our oceans, we have launched a marine protection initiative in Germany. One key aspect is protecting fish stocks. We have already implemented same measures. Stricter fishing restrictions entered into force last year in protected areas in the North Sea's exclusive economic zone. One goal of our initiative is to make fishing sustainable. Further measures will follow, for example, to restrict bottom trawling. Germany is also working to place 10% of marine areas under strict protection. Germany will implement one of the targets of the EU biodiversity strategy. We want to create areas in which nature can once again develop undisturbed. These areas are refuge and resting places for marine species, especially for endangered populations. It will be important to set up no-take zones in which there is a total ban on fishing. When fish stocks in these zones recover, fishers also benefit due to spillover effects. This happens when fish populations recover so much that they move to zones where fishing is permitted, where they can be fished sustainably. In Germany, we are currently developing a cross-sectoral national marine strategy to protect and restore unpolluted, diverse, and productive oceans. The objectives of this strategy include making fishing more environmentally friendly and creating long-term prospects for the fisheries sector. We will only be able to improve the state of our oceans by working together with this sector. At the conference yesterday, we announced Germany's new commitments to marine protection. In particular, we will invest 420 million euros in urgently needed marine nature conservation measures. To fund this commitment, we will use the auction revenues from the licenses for offshore wind farms in Germany's exclusive economic zone.
To achieve healthy oceans, we also have to stop plastic pollution worldwide. I will travel to Ottawa in a few days for negotiations on how to shape the plastics agreement in a legally binding way. I also discussed this issue with my Chinese counterpart during my visit this week. What I want to say, we will only be able to stop plastic entering the environment and oceans if we make sure the agreed goals have to implement it in a binding way. This is the only way we can protect these valuable ecosystems for the long term and maintain fish populations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your message, and congratulations on the announcement. But also thank you so much for helping us all to think about the ocean. In order to be healthy, we need to be thinking holistically. So this is an issue about fisheries, but it's also about pollution. And so how do we bring this all together so that we take holistic action? Thank you so much for reminding us of that. I will now invite Her Excellency Carmen dos Santos, Minister of Fisheries and Marine Resources of the Republic of Angola. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you so much for all attention, my colleagues, to my excellencies, and all people in this room, very beautiful room, all protocol observed. First of all, I will thank the organization to invite us to be part of this very, I think, very big and beautiful and important meeting we are. So when I think about sustainable fisheries, I think about how long we have to be there. So I think about the importance of health ocean. I think about the home of 80% of the animal biomass. I think about the source of the sustenance, nutrition, or livelihoods for millions of people worldwide. And I think all kind of situation we are. We have a service of ecosystem, and the ocean bring us a lot of service. Maybe we forget in these processes, in this way, we forget for a cultural service, because we start to do the fisheries, or everything we can thinking about the operation in the ocean without feeling the connection with the ocean. This is because we speak about sustainable fisheries. So this, for me, this is the first step. And when I think about, I think we need to get together the North, the South, all countries, all people think about why we are here. Because we don't had in the past the knowledge, very sufficient knowledge to know. In the future, maybe we don't have the fish. So I think this is, for me, something like a philosophy to be, and to be together, all people, all countries, and this conference bring to us this opportunity. Angola, we have a long coast, and we have the population who had your life in the coastal in the coastal ecosystem. So we need the opportunity for show these people who had the best practice to do. We have a lot of stories from a lot of countries, and we don't need to invent the right. We need to know the stories we serve to us to jumping some etaps. We need to do the better we can, and we do that. So we have a commitment to do the best for the sustainable fisheries, and we start about the knowledge about ocean without forget the culture connected with that ocean. But we don't forget the oceans is only one, and the only oceans were connected and wait for our commitment, all countries, all people in worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. You bring an extremely important point. Fisheries are not only about the fish, are also about the people. And it's not only about the food, but it's also about the connection that we all have to the ocean and to a way of living. Thank you so much for sharing that message with us. Now let me invite His Excellency Kevin Brousseau, Associate Deputy Minister of Fisheries and Oceans of Canada. Thank you for being with us today.
Great, thank you. Your Excellencies, colleagues, thank you for reminding us about the power of storytelling and the power of stories. It's as we talk about numbers and data, we have to remember this is at its core a human issue. So thank you for that, Your Excellency. Canada is a maritime nation. Fishing is the lifeblood of so many of our coastal communities, and for Indigenous people, a deep cultural connection for millennia. We know we must prioritize the sustainability of our fisheries. We have the tools available to us. We have strong legal structures, we have exceptional science, we have effective monitoring and enforcement, and we're committed to working with Indigenous and non-Indigenous partners to implement sustainability solutions. We also know that we must be adaptable. We must learn from our successes and our failures, and with climate change posing new risks to fish stocks and the marine environment they rely on, we have to work harder than ever we have to ensure fisheries continue to provide economic, social, and cultural benefits for the long term. And despite the fact that we have all these tools that I identified, before coming to this conference, I was dealing with a number of communities in Canada who are dealing with a stock that has essentially disappeared, and hundreds of families that are now struggling and finding a way to make a living and make ends meet. And it's not enough for a fisheries management regime to just focus on the long-term sustainability of certain commercially important species. We know there are global impacts on non-target species, seafloor habitats, and the ecosystems of which these species are a part of. Therefore, we must also continue working with partners to advocate widely for management strategy evaluation, to combine scientific information and management objectives to identify harvest strategies while incorporating traditional Indigenous knowledge. People that have been fishing people, ocean people for millennia who know, and that knowledge is so important to incorporate. We also know, and we've had many conversations about the scourge that is IUU fishing. It's a major issue that threatens the health and well-being of our ocean ecosystems, our fish stocks, the security of our food, and people's livelihood. We also know that this is a global issue. There are no defined borders. The oceans are interconnected. We will continue in that regard to work with our partners and at our RFMOs to strengthening monitoring, control, and surveillance regimes in international waters to combat IUU fishing. Finally, I'll say that Canada will also continue to stress the importance of integrating climate change adaptation efforts under the RFMOs. Several have adopted resolutions to develop concrete and effective management strategies to support the resilience of fish stocks and ecosystems in their regulated areas. This will help ensure there will be robust and resilient management measures that can respond to fluctuations and shifts imposed by climate change and the ongoing threats that we continue to face. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I think you remind us also of how fisheries are a global issue, and as such they are affected by global issues as well, climate change being one of them. The RFMOs being a very important forum in which we need to continue making efforts to improve the management of regional stocks. And that we also have the tools to do that. We just need to get to know how to apply them properly. So thank you very much for that. Now I would like to invite Ms. Charlina Bicheva, Director General of DG Mare of the European Commission. Thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you very much, Alfredo. Good afternoon to everyone. Once again, big thanks to Greece, to our host. Always pleasure to be in Athens. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure to address you today on sustainable fisheries. Probably it's worth to say that in the European Union, the Member States decided that fisheries is an exclusive competence of the European Union. So all Member States together decide. And actually, this is implemented by the European Commission, where we give the proposals of how much to fish, and every year we have very tough discussions. But I have here Minister Lemke and our host, the Minister from Greece, and they know that we are very tough in keeping and sticking to the scientific advice. So we always go for an independent, best available scientific advice, exactly because we want to be sustainable in fisheries. And then we are tough with the Member States. I have to say that Germany is always with a huge understanding of the sustainability behind, Greece as well. And I have to underline that it is not only because it's important for the sustainability of the marine ecosystems, it is actually equally a thought for the long-term resilience of the fisheries sector. Because as we're always saying, there is no fishers if there is no fish. So it's a win-win situation when we have to go ahead with sustainable fisheries. For decades now, our common fisheries policy of the European Union is a policy that puts at the core sustainability from environmental, social and economic point of view. And they are very much linked together with the concept of maximum sustainable yield, or how much optimally we can take each and every year to sustain the fish stocks and to sustain the fishery sector. So this is for years now that we are practicing it, and we are never at a halt. And I'm really happy and thankful to the Greek minister that he mentioned the package that we published last year this time, the Ocean and Fisheries Package, that is projecting the future to this sector and to the management in a sustainable manner of this sector. It contains a decarbonization communication, which is crucial also to ensure sustainability of the marine resource by mitigating climate change. So it is a much wider approach, as Alfredo was saying. It's a multiple, integrated, holistic approach. It's not in my notes, but since we're talking about Mediterranean, we have riparian countries from the European Union at the Mediterranean Sea. For years, this sea was a bit outside our discipline. Because we have many stakeholders around, it needs much more multilateral or regional approach, and because it was a very heavy transition to maximum sustainable yield. It will become mandatory as of next year. And we've been through a very heavy transition period, for which I want to really thank the fisheries sector of France, Spain, Italy. These are countries that really put a lot of effort, painful effort, including restructuring their fleet in order to reach sustainability. Second point, as I've said, we have a number of riparian countries. So the Regional Fisheries Management Organization that deals with sustainability in the Mediterranean is the GFCM, General Fisheries Commission for the Mediterranean and Black Sea. And honestly, we as European Union recommend or initiate and are proponent of 90% of the recommendations that deal with sustainability, with conservation measures, with closure of fisheries areas, with multi-annual plans for sustaining stocks. So we are a leader there, and very respected leader, because we are also working very heavily, negotiating with all the countries, including non-EU. And if there is a good result that we are not the most overfished sea in the world, we are now in the second, and I'm sure we will go down, it is because of this effort. And let me now say a couple of things globally, because I owe that to our member states. We represent 27 member states, and that's why we are a very strong global player for anything that has to be taken at the global stage. So first of all, several milestones towards the global sustainable development goal 14. We were very instrumental for the entry into force of the Port States Measure Agreement, and we are all the time encouraging more and more countries to ratify it. This is the pillar to fight the illegal, unreported and unregulated fisheries. And we are really a proponent with a very long history of policy behind to fight this plague, IUU fisheries. Second, recent achievement. We have a moratorium on unregulated fisheries in the Central Arctic Ocean. So we got the agreement. This is an extraordinary achievement, having in mind that we have there some countries that are by default very much opposing. So everybody agreed. Thirdly, we have the first phase of negotiations in the World Trade Organization completed, which is banning subsidies which go to fisheries that is engaged in IUU. And I really hope, now I understand that the negotiations on the second part for banning overcapacity and overfishing is picking up. The European Union is very strong proponent there, and we are very often looked at to be a facilitator and promoter of many ideas. Probably just to repeat in 2 sentences our pledges, because we are today in our Ocean Conference. It's a conference of pledges and commitments. And this time around, we pledged, and my commissioner was in the opening, committing to 40 actions that amount to 3.5 billion euro. Out of this, we have 1.9 billion that go from the Recovery and Resilience Facility. This is a facility that is EU-wide for sustainable fisheries. We have 23.5 million to support, through voluntary contributions, the regional fisheries management organizations that are across the globe, and we participate in the biggest number, to sustain conservation, to sustain sustainable fishery stocks, and so on, to develop scientific advice, and so on. So a lot of these 3.5 billion goes to sustainable fisheries, and last figure, 1.5 million to support the 6th Port State Measure Agreement Global Capacity Development Program support project. So a lot is going there. I can use more time, but I will stop here to honor Alfredo's signals.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You brought up some very specific examples of large-scale ambition, and that is always appreciated to know that there's these things happening. Thank you so much for that. Finally, let me invite Mr. Sven Sverdrup Jensen, CEO at the Danish Pelagic Producers Organization and ICFA board member. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation, Excellency. It's absolutely fantastic to be here in Greece discussing sustainable fisheries in this impressive hall, impressive Athens. So many of our colleagues are out fishing right now here in Greece, and I hope that some of you had the opportunity to taste some of the wonderful products that they produce here in the waters in Greece. In ICFA, the International Coalition of Fisheries Associations, we represent fishing communities from all continents. We bring together fishers and companies of all sizes, from some of the largest vessels on the planet to small-scale artisanal boats, and even those fishers who do not have a vessel and fish from land. Every year, our members provide more than 60 billion nutritious and healthy meals to feed the world. For this conference, we posted a resolution on the future of sustainable fisheries. It can be found on our website, fisheriescoalition.org. I'll highlight a few of the points that we've made. The UN and FAO are very clear. We need more food from the ocean to feed a growing population. So production and conservation must be balanced. Active fisheries management works. Lines on a map, declarations, and rudimentary percentages do not. And finally, fisheries in the blue economy is as green as it gets. I'll dive a little bit into some of these points. So no other natural source of protein can match wild-caught fish when it comes to climate footprint, nutritional values, and great taste. As the world population continues to grow, ensuring stable food supply is a critical global task. As I said, the FAO has underlined that producing more food from the oceans that cover more than 70% of the planet is the only sustainable avenue to feed future populations. We need to strike a balance between effective conservation, sustainable use of natural resources, and food security. If we fail, we put even more strain on the limited resources on land. We feed conflicts, desperation, and hunger. The ocean is the solution. Effective fisheries management is the strongest tool to simultaneously protect ocean health while also fostering human development. This is reflected in the Kunming-Montreal framework in its calls for sustainable use of the ocean. Focusing solely on marine protected areas without considering the sustainable use of marine resources and the needs of coastal communities may have detrimental effects on food security and livelihoods. Not just talking about the members of ICFA, but on the global scale. I'd like to point out the role of other effective area-based conservation measures, so-called OECMs, as an effective instrument of cross-sectoral collaboration between fisheries, science, and biodiversity conservation. Unlike paper MPAs and big declarations on percentages, these measures have proven their effectiveness in protecting the marine environment while securing sustainable use of the ocean's resources. These measures really work. The fishing industry is committed to being an active participant in solutions for climate change resilience. It's crucial to recognize that fisheries products with their low carbon footprint and their essential nutritional value play a pivotal role in achieving global climate objectives. Fisheries is not an obstacle, but part of the solution for a healthier and greener planet. This conference, the Our Oceans, is a fantastic opportunity to involve the fishing community in shaping partnerships and in discussing solutions that really work. No one knows the oceans better than the people who work there every day. So, thank you very much, and please continue to eat sustainable seafood. It will make you healthier and happier. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that you bring a very important message of
production and conservation need to be balanced. There's a growing population that rely on fisheries for nutrition and many other things. And the second thing is that the private sector is increasingly playing a leadership role in this. We have the role of certifications, we have the role of transparency initiatives, we have many things that have popped up over the last few years, and that is very important to recognize in conjunction with government action. Thank you so much for that. Noticing that we are out of time, I will only invite our guest, our host, for a final comment to the audience. And Minister Avgenakis, you have been the Minister of Rural Development and Food for almost 9 months now. And it was a very rocky start with dealing with the mega fire of Evers and the massive storm Daniel. Even under these circumstances, though, the agricultural strategy and policy that you have implemented has proven to lead to successful joint actions with other member states. Can you share some of your experience in dealing through these difficult times and the successes that have been achieved in 2 minutes? Thank you.
Θα προσπαθήσω να τα προλάβω όλα. Αφού σας ευχαριστήσω πάρα πολύ για τα καλά λόγια που είπατε για τη διοργάνωση, για την πατρίδα μου, θέλω να σας ζητήσω να ταξιδέψετε σε ένα από τα ωραιότερα νησιά της χώρας μου, την Αμοργό. Η Αμοργός είναι ένα μικρό νησί, αλλά με πολλούς ψαράδες και συνειδητοποιημένους ψαράδες. Το παράδειγμα που θα σας περιγράψω τώρα της Αμοργού είναι ένα παράδειγμα που θέλουμε να το ακολουθήσουν και άλλοι αλληλείς σε άλλα νησιά της χώρας μου, αλλά και σε πολλές άλλες χώρες. Οι ίδιοι οι ψαράδες κατάλαβαν ότι τελικά η ζωή τους, το βιός τους, η οικογένειά τους εξαρτάται από τη θάλασσα την ίδια. Και όσο δεν προστατεύουν οι ίδιοι τη θάλασσα, άλλο τόσο κινδυνεύει το δικό τους επάγγελμα. Και έτσι ξεκίνησαν μόνοι τους ένα πρόγραμμα προστασίας των θαλασσών της ευρύτερης περιοχής και της βιωσιμότητας των θαλασσών που ψάρευαν οι ίδιοι, σε βάρος του επαγγέλματός τους. Ήρθε αργά η κυβέρνηση και τελικά αγκάλιασε αυτό το εγχείρημα. Μάλιστα την πρώτη μέρα του συνεδρίου συζητήσαμε αναλυτικότερα και θέλω να σας πω ότι αυτό το παράδειγμα αποτελεί μία ακόμα δέσμευσή μας. Ότι το παράδειγμα της Αμοργού, δηλαδή το Αμοργόραμα, το project αυτό που στηρίζεται και από 2 δομές χρηματοδοτικές ιδιωτών, αποτελεί ίσως το καλύτερο παράδειγμα για όλους εμάς που βρισκόμαστε σε μια θέση ευθύνης. Τελικά, ό,τι δεν προλαβαίνουν οι κυβερνήσεις, κάποιοι ενεργοί πολίτες το κάνουν μόνοι τους, γιατί καταλαβαίνουν το πρόβλημα έχει φτάσει πλέον στην πόρτα του σπιτιού μας. Την ίδια ώρα θέλω να σας πω ότι η χώρα μας βίωσε τις συνέπειες της κλιματικής κρίσης με τον πιο σκληρό τρόπο τους μήνες που πέρασαν. Φανταστείτε ότι είχαμε τη μεγαλύτερη πλημμύρα στην Ευρώπη και τη μεγαλύτερη πυρκαγιά στην Ευρώπη τον μήνα Σεπτέμβριο. 2 μεγάλες καταστροφές, περιβαλλοντικές καταστροφές, που εκ των πραγμάτων μας επηρέασε στην πολιτική την οποία εφαρμόζουμε. Και ναι, μας έκανε πιο σοφούς. Μας έκανε να μιλάμε για το περιβάλλον όχι επειδή μας είναι ευχάριστη συζήτηση, αλλά είναι μια επιβεβλημένη υποχρέωση εφαρμοσμένης πολιτικής που καλείται να έχει κάθε κυβέρνηση και φυσικά η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Η κοινή αλλιευτική πολιτική που εφαρμόζεται σε επίπεδο Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης πρέπει να αποκτήσει μια δυναμική διάσταση, να ικανοποιεί ακόμη περισσότερο τους περιβαλλοντικούς στόχους που θέτει η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση σωστά, αλλά να μειώνει παράλληλα τις δυσμενείς επιπτώσεις των αλλιευτικών δραστηριοτήτων στα θαλάσσια οικοσυστήματα. Και κάτι ακόμα. Κάτι το οποίο λάθος διαμορφώθηκε σε επίπεδο Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης. Το περιβάλλον και η αλληλεία δεν είναι ανταγωνιστές. Δεν έχουμε σύγκρουση μεταξύ μας. Ίσα-ίσα πρέπει να λειτουργούν αρμονικά, σωστά και με σεβασμό, με κανόνες. Και θα έλεγα όσο πιο αρμονικά λειτουργεί η αλλιευτική κοινότητα, οι κυβερνήσεις, με όσο περισσότερο σεβασμό και στους επιστήμονες αλλά και σε όσους ασχολούνται με το περιβάλλον, άλλο τόσο θα είμαστε αισιόδοξοι για το μέλλον αυτού του πλανήτη. Δεν έχουμε χρόνο να καθυστερήσουμε καθόλου. Χάσαμε χρόνο πολύτιμο σε ωραίες συζητήσεις, σε think tank, σε συνέδρια, αλλά δίχως εφαρμοσμένη πολιτική. Καλούμαστε τώρα με όλα αυτά τα δεδομένα που έχουμε πλέον να κινηθούμε ταχύτατα. Και αυτό το συνέδριο και αυτές οι δεσμεύσεις που ακούστηκαν σε αυτό το συνέδριο ακριβώς αυτό το χαρακτήρα υπηρετούν. Χαιρόμαστε λοιπόν που είμαστε η ένατη χώρα που διοργανώνει μια τέτοια συνδιάσκεψη. Χαιρόμαστε που συμμετέχουν πάρα πολλές χώρες, εκπρόσωποι, ηγέτες κρατών, υπουργοί, κεντρικά διοικητικά στελέχη από πολλά μήκη και πλάτη του πλανήτη που είστε σήμερα εδώ στην Ελλάδα, και χαιρόμαστε που καταγράφονται δεσμεύσεις που σίγουρα θα βοηθήσουν να παραδώσουμε στα παιδιά μας ένα καλύτερο πλανήτη. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your leadership, for Greece's leadership, and for leading by example on this. Thank you so much. Okay, now, thank you. Please join me in thanking again all of our panelists as we transition into the next phase. Thank you very much. You can stay here. With this, this is our Ocean Conference. And as such, commitments are a crucial part, as the Minister was mentioning. So we have a series of commitments from some of our attendees in the audience. First of all, I know that we have a commitment from the United States. Could we invite our colleague to please share?
Greetings, my name is Gillian Caldwell. I'm USAID's Chief Climate Officer, as well as a Deputy Assistant Administrator. First, really want to express gratitude for our wonderful hosts here in Greece and for this panel. As we've been discussing, the advancement of sustainable fisheries is critical to inclusive and sustainable agriculture-led economic growth, as well as to the fight against food insecurity and curbing overexploitation. Today, I am honored to announce that the United States will commit more than $118 million to promote sustainable fisheries, including $1.8 million to strengthen the adoption and implementation of sustainable fisheries practices, promote the adoption of sustainable fishing, and increase the technical capacity of fisheries in Southeast Asia. $20 million from the U.S. Navy for research on the protection of marine mammals, $3.3 million to combat the severe population declines of sharks and rays caused by overexploitation in the Ecuadorian exclusive economic zones. And finally, $60 million in 2024 funding has been requested from the U.S. Congress for a new economic assistance agreement with the Pacific Island parties. These funds are intended to support economic development and sustainable fisheries management in the region. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Next, I would like to invite the David and Lucille Packard Foundation. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Nancy Lindborg. I'm the president and CEO of the David and Louise Packard Foundation, and I want to add my thanks to our hosts for convening this tremendous Our Ocean Conference and giving us this opportunity to gather and collaborate together with greater urgency and shared purpose. The David and Lucille Packard Foundation has been committed to ocean action since 1968. And today, I am pleased to announce that we intend to commit $480 million in new funding over the next 5 years to address 3 of the greatest threats to ocean health: unsustainable fishing, climate change, and habitat loss. We see these threats, as we've heard today and throughout this conference, as deeply interconnected. So we'll support ocean research and applied technology. We will support the economic, cultural, and food security of ocean-reliant communities, and importantly, their leadership in developing more equitable and just governance and management systems. We'll also support more equitable and inclusive systems and governance of fisheries and marine biodiversity conservation, and we have a new special focus on responsible ocean-based climate mitigation. We value working urgently in partnership with many who are here at this conference and at the intersection of these issues to meet the challenge of protecting the ocean for the long-term health of people, nature, and the ocean. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would like to invite now the Oak Foundation.
Thank you very much for your ambition. My name is Javiera Calisto, representing the Oak Foundation. And so for 2024 and 2025, Oak Foundation's Oceans commitment is $55 million. Our grant making supports nonprofit organizations that takes a system change approach and place peoples and communities on the heart of their work. In the next years, we will support efforts to ensure the food sovereignty of coastal communities and livelihoods. This can include limiting and banning the expansion of destructive fishing practices such as bottom trawling, and also securing the human rights and labor rights of people. We will also support work at the intersections of climate change, mitigations, and ocean conservation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I would like to invite Abalobi, South Africa.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Serge Raymakers. I'm the co-founder of Abalobi. Thank you for this opportunity. Abalobi commits itself to the coastal communities on the front line of the ocean climate emergency, ensuring they are not left behind in global initiatives on ocean protection, but rather placed at the forefront to lead solutions. Specifically, we commit to a self-sustaining and fisher-led platform cooperative driving three-dimensional impact and fisheries restoration in South Africa. We also commit to a common community-led catch monitoring platform led and used by fishers, NGOs, and governments. We commit to a replicable model that directly addresses data needs, IUU, and unlocks community social entrepreneurship. And we commit to a global community of practice, sharing insights and learnings related to tech in small-scale fisheries and equitable value chains. We invite you to join the South African and global small-scale fishers on this journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I would like to invite rare.org.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Brianna, a director at RARE. And at RARE, we believe in people and the power of community to ignite change and drive action. Our commitment this year is to, by 2025, to expand the Coastal 500 network to at least 500 mayors and local leaders. This will influence protection and management of at least 150,000 square kilometers of coastal waters and potentially benefit at least 6 million people in climate vulnerable communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lastly, I would like to invite the Republic of Chile.
Thank you very much. I am Rocío Parra, part of the government of Chile. And to improve and reinforce our commitment with transparency in the fisheries sector, we are pleased to announce today that the government of Chile, through our Vice Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture, has made an official commitment to join the Fisheries Transparency Initiative, well known as FITI, to increase public access to fisheries management information. With this commitment, we are not only joining other countries that are already making information on how governments are managing their fisheries sectors publicly accessible to citizens and business partners. By following the international recognized framework of FITI, Chile is also ensuring that the information we already publish is seen as credible and understandable by our stakeholders, which is fundamental to ensure transparency as a tool for positive change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And with that, please help me again to thank our panelists and our commitments. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you. Thank you so much. Apologies, we need to wrap up. You can
Τι?
Το δαχτυλικό σου αποτύπωμα. Πόση ώρα? So, ladies and gentlemen, the last panel is taking the last pictures, and we will have a very, very short, tiny delay until all panelists for our next panel will be ready. Thank you all for joining, and thank you all for being here today. So, Eleni, the area we call home, the Mediterranean, is a group of more than 20 countries, and we all share some common characteristics. We all share some history values, a long history. We share the same food, and of course, the same climate.
We are known for our mild winter and our dry summers. However, due to the climate crisis, we might be faced with an irreversible situation where the 20th century climate will be a faded memory. Scientists already warn that if no action is taken, we might be faced here in Greece, actually, with a sub-Saharan climate.
And the next panel is all about the climate, is all about the change in the temperature that we're all experiencing. Actually, we have been experiencing one of the most severe summers every year. We've seen some wildfires also here in Greece. It is an immense situation here that we need to definitely act, and this is why our next panel is so important. All right, so we kindly ask you to please be seated, because we will be starting immediately for the next panel. So if you would like to talk with somebody, just do it outside. Please be seated here. We're starting in less than, some seconds. Okay, just please be seated, or just go outside for some mingling and talking. Otherwise, please be seated now, because we're starting very soon.
Apostle, I don't know, you've seen that this year round we had wildfires already, even before the fire season started, which is indicative and kind of scary of what this summer is going to bring.
And there's so much worry inside the government here in Greece, and of course this also applies to a lot of Balkan states and a lot of countries in the Mediterranean, because we had experienced last year wildfires in Evros, in Rhodos, in Corfu, a lot of different situations, a lot of different geographical areas, and of course it has become so important for all the countries to cooperate towards this threat, because no country can do it itself by itself.
And share the resources.
The sharing of resources is crucial. We've seen how the European Union at the European level is trying to coordinate different forces and make it as clear as possible and as quick as possible for the countries to somehow deal with the emergency of the situation.
Let's hope that this summer is going to be less destructive than the previous one. So with that opportunity, let's introduce the next panel. It's the challenges and solutions of the Mediterranean countries. And I have the honor to call to the panel His Serene Highness Prince Albert II, Sovereign Prince of the Principality of Monaco.
Ms. Tatiana Hema, coordinator from the United Nations Environment Programme, coordinating unit for the Mediterranean Action Plan from Barcelona Convention Secretariat.
Leila Chikawi Mandawi.
Hello, welcome.
Leila Chikawi Mandawi, Minister of Environment of Tunisia, welcome.
Masa Kosiper, State Secretary in the Prime Minister's Office, Ministry of Natural Resources and Spatial Planning of the Republic of Slovenia. Welcome and thank you for being here.
Julia Manning, Associate Director, Senior Environmental Advisor, EBRD.
And Dr. Alicia Bougueya Said, Parliamentary Secretary for Fisheries, Aquaculture and Animal Rights of the Republic of Malta.
Welcome.
And the moderator?
The moderator is Professor Michael Skoulos.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Your Serene Highness, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends of the oceans, friends of the environment, many of us are around for many years, and I feel particularly happy and honored that we have with us His Serene Highness, whom I know from the time that he was a crown prince, following with devotion all the meetings of the late Prince Rainier in Siesm and in many, many other opportunities, and supporting us in all meetings on the Mediterranean, from Rio +10 in Johannesburg, Rio +20, and several others. So I think it is also symbolic for this 10th year of our oceans. We have this special session on the Mediterranean, on the proposal of the Greek government within the our ocean conferences, to put emphasis on this particular sea, this sea that is in the crossroads of north and south, east and west, a real part of the world ocean, because it's a deep sea. It is a real ocean, enclosed almost, and it has been at the same time the bridge of north-south, but in many other areas the barrier. It is very important that the environment and the support for the ocean brings us together, and we will always insist that this sea is a bridge and should be a bridge. Also, the flagship of the Regional Seas program under UNEP-MAP, and I think that what we are going to do here will have direct impact also to the rest of the regional seas and other parts of the world. We know that our sea faces major challenges. The known challenges of pollution, of eutrophication, is much better now after the installation of sewage treatment plants in many of the big cities, but still a lot of pollution from non-point sources of pollution. It is a more important problem with the plastics, and we'll hear for that. We had a special session for that. We know that it is not enough, the protection we have, also because the areas are not enough, but also because of the implementation of the commitments is not at the level we wish. And of course, the ocean, the problem all oceans have because of the climate change in our area is particularly important because our region is the warmest, the faster warming region after Antarctica, and it has already suffered considerable extreme heat waves. We had 2 of them in the Western Mediterranean in the previous years, where within 10 days we had an increase by more than 10 degrees centigrade. And it is not only in the Western, we have also in the Eastern Mediterranean last year. And we know that the climate change that changes the situation in biota, in forests, on land, affects after the forest fires and all the runoff and the floods we have, also the sea. So we are talking now about the need for the source-to-sea approach and management in order actually to protect the oceans. This is the challenge part, but we have also some opportunities. We have a huge mobilization among civil society, but also the commitments of governments. And we have with us some champions who are going to give us more information on the opportunities so that even if when our analyses are not extremely optimistic, we have to conduct policies in a very positive and optimistic way, because the generations after us have to enjoy the Mediterranean and its resources as we have enjoyed, and even more, and restore if possible. So, Monseigneur, if you wish to say us some of your thoughts about the priorities and the future, and this will be once again a source of inspiration for us.
Can I do it from there?
From there? Or?
I prefer to go to that. Thank you. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, no one clapped for Professor Skoulos' introduction. Thank you for him. Ministers, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends of our global ocean, dear Professor Michael Skoulos. I'd like to thank the organizers of the Mediterranean session, which I consider as an absolute priority, and thank you for those words of introduction, Professor. If the Mediterranean is more than a sea, it is identified with a civilization. If it carries so many historical, economic, and cultural issues, it is due to Greece in particular. Among the many civilizations formed on its shores, Greek civilization was the first to expand along its entire coastline and instills a common spirit. The spirit of unity is more than necessary today than ever before. We can see how our ocean conference is at the heart of the greatest challenges facing the world, how the ocean is at the heart of these challenges. Here, more than anywhere else, we can see our populations are concentrated around the Mediterranean Sea in proportions sometimes difficult to sustain for the different ecosystems. We can see how the adverse effects of human activities such as trade, tourism, and travel are already on an already extremely vulnerable natural environment. Here, more than anywhere else, we can see how the differences in development weigh on the environment and can lead to positive or negative trends. The depletion of natural resources intensifying these challenges. Here, more than anywhere else, we can see the extent to which a collective management of common issues is as difficult as it is essential. Consequently, here, more than anywhere else, we need to invent ways of moving forward together, while respecting our differences and incorporating the requirements that should unite all of us, since it applies to all of us. The need to protect our natural environment, our Mediterranean Sea, but beyond that, our global ocean. I'm, of course, thinking of the development of marine protected areas, which are at the heart of our preoccupations since the adoption of the 30 by 30 target and the BBNJ agreement. They constitute a major focus of the action implemented by my country, the Principality of Monaco, and by my foundation. I'm thinking of MedFund in particular, a trust fund which we created initially with France and Tunisia to fund the development of MPAs in the Mediterranean. Today we need to speed up the development of MPAs because, as you are well aware, less than 10% of Mediterranean waters are officially under protected status. Even worse, close to 2/3 of the surface covered by marine protected areas are located in the Western Mediterranean and more than 90% in the waters of the European Union. And all or nearly all of these MPAs are chronically underfunded. At a time when we need to come up with a different set of governance rules, which is responsible, collective, and global, I believe that we clearly have to focus on areas that we work on here. Another line of work lies in the management, and more importantly, the prevention of different pollutants and pollutions. This is a long-established focus of our action from the Principality of Monaco at sub-regional levels through the Ramoge Agreement, an agreement signed with France and Italy, and more recently the BMED initiatives, which supports and encourages actions to combat plastic pollution around the entire Mediterranean region. The ravages of plastic pollution implies the tightening of legislation in this respect, as we have done in Monaco, and as the treaty, which is currently under negotiations at the United Nations, will hopefully encourage. A final line of work, which I feel should concern us all collectively, is the moderation of the impact of marine activities. I'm thinking of fishing, of course, which should be managed more sustainably. This can only be achieved if done collectively, involving all the coastal states and professionals concerned. We proved that this could be done 15 years ago with the Mediterranean bluefin tuna, so we need to continue, especially with professionals who are now well aware of sustainable stock management schemes with various relevant institutions around all the species and the different ecosystems that are under threat. Likewise, we need to work together on monitoring and modernizing shipping operations by limiting or banning the use of certain energy sources, by defining navigation and anchorage areas more precisely in order to protect fauna and flora more effectively, by modernizing harbor facilities, as well as by supporting their energy transition plans. I know that all these avenues may seem complicated, difficult to achieve, especially in these times of crises. But here, better than anywhere else, we can demonstrate that the sound and sustainable management of our sea is not only necessary, but possible, and that its positive effects are much more obvious and profitable than its constraints or costs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Monseigneur. And all what you said, I think, is important, and several of our speakers may return to some of the issues. Let me ask now Mrs. Tatiana Hema, the coordinator of the United Nations Environment Programme, the UNEP-MAP, Barcelona Convention Secretariat. This coordinating unit of the Mediterranean Action Plan is based in Athens. And please, Tatiana, say a few more words on Barcelona Convention and UNEP-MAP and some of the priorities.
Thank you very much, Professor Skoulos. And first, let me start by complimenting the government of Greece for the excellent organization of our Ocean Conference held in Athens in Greece. Greece being the hosting country of the Secretariat of the Barcelona Convention UNEP-MAP. And it's very important for us, and a big thank you for organizing a special session on the Mediterranean region. We gather at a time when the world is grappling with the threefold crisis encompassing climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, affecting every corner of the globe. And Mediterranean is not making any exception. It's a mirror of this crisis that is happening at the global level. The well-being, health, livelihood of million people in our region rely on our collective efforts to realize our common vision of a healthy Mediterranean sea and coast. And UNEP-MAP Barcelona Convention is an effort of all Mediterranean countries, 21 plus the European Union, in order to take the necessary measures for a clean and healthy Mediterranean. Now, if you allow me, I'll mention some of the most challenging issues for our own region. Although now we have quite a very good evidence, I think that our knowledge has increased thanks to a big effort at global and at regional level. So what it is specific for our region, the Mediterranean is warming 20% faster than the other in the global average. It is estimated 730 tons of plastic waste enter the sea every day. Experts have identified 1,000 invasive species, and crop productivity is expected to decrease by 20% by 2080 in the region. I'm mentioning only a few of them because the list can be a little bit longer, but the most important issues that we find as eminent for our own region is to address climate change. It is important to find suitable adaptation measures for our own region, to promote best practices on climate change adaptation mitigation, and to mobilize resources in order to address the matter. And the impact of climate change has been aggravated considering the intense coastal urbanization in our region, which has been increased a lot and taking really very immense generation and a lot of pressure in the coastal area. Another important challenge is the marine litter, including microplastic, as already mentioned before, and this is very important that requires attention from the region. We all know that marine protected areas is already recognized at national, regional, global level as an important effective tool for the conservation of biodiversity, related ecosystem, and their enhancement. And there is a very good progress in the region. We have to be very proud of the work done, but there are still important challenges and gaps to be overcome in order to ensure a coherent and representative network of marine protected areas and other area-based conservation measures in our region. We have not yet reached the 10% protection target. The distribution MPA is unbalanced, with the majority being in the northern shore of the Mediterranean. And 1/4 of those Mediterranean marine protected areas, they do have a management plan, but very little of it is being implemented. Let me go to the last big pressure that we have in the Mediterranean, which is also an opportunity for development, which is the maritime transport. We know that Mediterranean Sea is one of the busiest seas in the world, harvesting 24 of the global fleet of ships calling at its port or plying in the region. And Mediterranean is the second largest market globally for cruising, accounting 70% of the worldwide. So, and up to 57% of all emissions from international shipping in Europe occur in the Mediterranean Sea. So all are very big pressures, and now I come to your question, what we are doing and what is the response. Because one of our mandate has been from the very beginning to make assessment, to bring knowledge for informed decision maker, and the other one is to take concrete measures in order for all the government, contracting parties and main stakeholders to contribute in order to save the Mediterranean Sea. And what I would like to say is that yes, it's a lot of effort. I must say that in the last 5 years, there is a number of regulatory and legally binding measures that have been taken under MAP Barcelona Convention in order to address and to promote sustainable development in the region. There are a number of measures that have been taken to ensure that aquaculture, agriculture, tourism, and many other sectors, they do generate minimum negative impact on the marine and coastal environment, and this requires a lot of effort from all contracting parties in order to ensure implementation. Now, we'll have the opportunity to also to say a number of other measures, but what I would like to say is that the focus has to be on implementing in order to support the countries to achieve what they have committed and to achieve the SDGs. I hope that this is the spirit, and we are very confident that we are going safely in this direction.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tatiana. Definitely one additional service of UNEP-MAP is that it operates with the presence of all countries, even during periods of stress and even armed conflicts. I think this is something that we have to celebrate as well. Let me turn to Her Excellency Leila Chikawi Madawi. I don't pronounce your name properly, I know. The Minister of Environment of Tunisia, a person that has actually, with her legal background, presented policies and legislation in the country, and I have followed that very well, and thank you very much for that. I have to put the same question to you about the most important problems and also your statement on that.
Thank you, Professor Skoulos. Good afternoon, everybody, Excellencies, Your Highness. First of all, it's a pleasure to participate with you in this conference, gathering main actors and stakeholders in order to debate about priorities and actions needed to strengthen the protection of our oceans and seas, knowing that those seas and oceans constitute our common heritage from all the world, essential for our survival and for the sustainable development of our present and future generation. In terms of food security, climate regulation, and oxygen generation. Of course, my sincere thanks are addressed to the Greek government and authorities for the excellent welcome, and to the organizers, participants, partners for their efforts and contributions, which I hope will further address the pressing challenges threatening our oceans and seas, notably the Mediterranean Sea, largely affected by the triple planetary crisis: climate change, biodiversity loss, and plastic pollution. Our engagement with a sense of shared responsibility and urgency needs to accelerate the action for the protection and restoration of our common precious ecosystems and their rich biodiversity serving the whole humanity. As you know, Tunisia is continuously engaged in the efforts of the international community, supporting strategies and programs for nature protection and sustainable development, especially in the current circumstances and challenges, particularly linked to the mitigation of climate change effects, biodiversity protection, and pollution eradication. I would also like to highlight how rich and diverse the themes of this forum are: reflecting the will and motivation to strengthen exchanges and cooperation and encourage innovation in terms of approaches based on co-management and science. I hope that we can commit to act rapidly to better preserve our protected marine areas against all forms of pressures that we must all know and appreciate in order to act in solidarity and with passion to achieve the 2030 Agenda objectives. Tunisia has a rich coastline of over 1,300 kilometers, around 60 islands, gulf, like lakes, lagoons, wetlands, and the unique coastal oasis in the world, Gabes. Tunisia has a large number of protected or managed areas with a marine component, 80 sites, 15 Ramsar sites, 4 marine protected areas. The marine biodiversity identified in Tunisia includes more than 4,000 marine species, which represents almost 50% of the biodiversity of the entire Mediterranean. Nevertheless, natural and anthropic factors at local, national and international levels in terms of coastal erosion, pollution, overfishing, habitat degradation are negatively affecting our ecosystems, their ecological services and development outputs, and threatening their ability to bounce back and regenerate. In this regard, Tunisia is committed and well engaged to act at the local, national, regional and international levels in order to implement robust policies and initiatives to protect marine and coastal environment and marine ecosystems, such as, for example, approval and launch of the National Ecological Transition Strategy for 2035-50, formulation of an environmental code, design of a national blue economy strategy to foster inclusive economic growth while preserving marine and coastal ecosystems, natural resources and ecosystemic services, coupled with a national initiative for a plastic-free coastline, LISP, Littoral Sans Plastique in French. Drafting of a national action plan for implementing the regional prevention and control of marine pollution from ships strategies. At the regional level, Tunisia is focusing on the protection of the Mediterranean's biodiversity through the establishment of the Specially Protected Areas Regional Activity Center, SPARAC, Tatiana, in the context of the implementation of the Barcelona Convention, having as mission to promote specially protected areas and reduce the loss of marine and coastal biodiversity in the Mediterranean. Also, the cooperation engaged between Tunisia, Monaco and France has led to the creation, since 2050, of the Med-Fund as an environmental trust fund aiming to improve Mediterranean marine protected areas with a goal to support by 2025 more than 20 sites with an area of 7,000 square kilometers. At the national level, Tunisia is committed to implement its national blue economy strategy, including all sectors, notably agriculture, tourism, energy, infrastructure, climate change, pollution control. In this regard, Tunisia is acting for the renovation and modernization of its maritime fleets and ports infrastructures in order to meet emerging international standards and requirements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and you actually you have given us all what I mentioned about the strategies and the policies that are so important to guide the activities of a country. Now we'll have the opportunity to hear from Her Excellency Mrs. Masa Kosiper, the State Secretary in the Prime Minister's Office of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Spatial Planning of the Republic of Slovenia. It will be nice to hear your priorities and also your statement.
Thank you, Professor Skoulos, and it is really my pleasure to deliver this statement today at this very important conference and to have the opportunity to speak not only on behalf of my country, Slovenia, but also as a country currently holding 2 years presidency on the Barcelona Conventions on the protection of Mediterranean Sea. Already mentioned, we have triple planetary crisis, and I would like to add some thoughts about it. Firstly, let's address the pollution in the Mediterranean Sea. Although we have done a lot, and despite all of these efforts to tackle this problem in the past, the Mediterranean Sea is still polluted by an estimated 730 tons of plastic waste per day. So we really need more comprehensive measures here, like stricter regulations, enhanced monitoring systems, and robust public awareness campaign. I think this is so important. A good example from my country in this regard is the initiative called Less Plastic, More Sustainability, signed by more than 150 stakeholders and focusing on eliminating the most problematic and unnecessary packaging and single plastic use items. Let me mention, in our country we already have a special law on banning the use of single-use plastic goods, and 3 years ago, when I was still a member of parliament in opposition, I was the initiator of this proposal, and although it was an oppositional proposal, it was adopted because every member of parliament was aware how important these messages are for people. Secondly, on the climate change, climate conference in Dubai has brought us some hope and positive results for sure. But however, as the latest emission gap report shows, the current efforts are not sufficient. Recent devastating floods, also in my country in August last year, and extreme weather events all over the planet show that climate change affects us all, and the time is really not on our side. But I strongly believe we can build climate-resilient economies, and I would like to point out the key role of nature-based solutions. These solutions include measures such as protection and restoration of ecosystems and biodiversity, and now in Slovenia we are restoring the country after these floods, and we are trying to use them as much as possible. These measures can provide up to a third of the necessary mitigation of climate change and are significantly more cost-effective as classic technical solution in protecting against extreme weather conditions. They also contribute to creation of green jobs and increase the income for local communities. And these, as we know, are both the key economy's resilience and climate security issues. And finally, biodiversity loss. This is so important and is one of the priorities of Slovenia while our presidency. We are facing overfishing, habitat destruction, invasive species. Establishing marine protected areas really helps conserve biodiversity and restore fishing population. I would also like to emphasize the importance of marine spatial planning and managing of coastal area to protect and to restore marine ecosystems and to preserve biodiversity that sustains life in our seas. In this regard, I should mention that Slovenia in 2021 adopted a very ambitious maritime special plan. In our role as the presidents of the Barcelona Convention, we have been advocating all these measures, and we will continue to do so. Our aim is also to enhance and strengthen cross-border and regional cooperation in the Mediterranean at all levels. In this regard, the Portorož Ministerial Declaration, adopted in December 2023 in Portorož, represents a framework for green transition in the Mediterranean really to happen. So I really believe that with firm steps, step by step, with dedication and with strong will, we can tackle the problems in the Mediterranean. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Slovenia in the Adriatic, and also always inviting us for important meetings of the Barcelona Convention, of the first one of the Mediterranean Strategy for Sustainable Development, a lot. Let me turn now to the Associate Director, Senior Environmental Advisor of the EBRD, Mrs. Julia Manning, asking her, you come from a very important financial organization. So present a little bit the organization and your statement, and I have a difficult question later for you.
Thank you, Professor Skoulos, Your Serene Highness, Excellencies, organizers of the conference, and dear audience. I'm very honored here to be among such esteemed speakers. Many of the speakers before me outlined a number of the challenges. So we know that we're dealing with the sea basin that is, on one side, a massive biodiversity hotspot and a source of economic activities for over 500 million people living in this region. On the other hand, it's obviously a precious region that has been under extreme pressure from the human activities and suffering extremely from the many effects of the climate change. And all of this serious impacts on the marine ecosystems, but also threatens the sheer existence of the coastal communities as well as of the entire segments of the economy. These growing concerns are reflected in a lot of the international laws, as we heard, Barcelona Convention, but also many political declarations at the state levels and initiatives of major stakeholders such as UN, European Union, and leading international financial institutions, which I represent. So let me talk a little bit about the initiative that we have launched. In 2022, we were honored to be we were entrusted to be the leading international financial institution to establish a new Blue Mediterranean Partnership. This is a new multi-donor and multi-partner instrument to support sustainable blue economy in the Mediterranean region specifically. There's a reason why EBRD was entrusted with this new partnership. Since our creation, we have invested billions of euros in support of blue economy sectors. Maybe we didn't call them that at the time. In fact, in late 1990s, the EBRD set up a successful Northern Dimension Environmental Partnership, NDP, which was an EBRD managed fund for environmental cleanup of the Baltic and Barents Seas. And in this respect, we had massive success confirmed by the Helcom Convention Secretariat. So with this experience, we have set up to focus on the Mediterranean Sea now. We've worked hard over the past couple of years, together with our partners from the Union of Mediterranean and with the European Investment Bank, European Union, to set up this new initiative. And I'm pleased to say that the BMP, as we call it, Blue Mediterranean Partnership Cooperation Fund, was formally established by EBRD Board of Directors in November 2023. Then at COP in Dubai, we had a signing event where a number of high-level partners have signed official statements of intent confirming their intention to cooperate. And at the moment, we have 12 partners. And I want to highlight the partnership. We've heard it in many sessions at this conference, the partnership, how important they are. So we have first international donors, the government of Sweden, Germany, Spain, European Union, and the government of France. We have beneficiary countries, Egypt, Jordan, and Morocco, and we're hoping to welcome more, including Tunisia and others. We have several implementing partners. So these are the banks on the ground, multilateral banks such as EBRD, but also EIB, national development banks, AFD, KfW, CDP from Italy, and our political partner, UFM. And we're very proud to work with Serene Highness's Foundation as our convening partner. So what's the purpose really of this partnership? Because we're hearing a lot about different partnerships. So this is very much to mobilize the much needed donor resources in order to finance sustainable blue economy investments in this Mediterranean region through blended and concessional finance. The BMP will operate both in the public, sovereign and municipal, and in private sectors. to bring well-structured and bankable projects to fruition. Donor funding will be deployed strategically to finance sustainable blue economy projects in real economy, while also supporting policy dialogue and reforms and strengthening local capacity and regulatory frameworks in order to protect the marine environment. As this is EBRD managed fund, the countries of operations at the moment are the three countries that I mentioned, Egypt, Jordan, and Morocco, and we're targeting Mediterranean Sea, the Red Sea, and in exceptional cases, the Atlantic Ocean. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. You mentioned also the Union for the Mediterranean, and I welcome with us also the Deputy Secretary General, Mr. Abadi, with us. The regional organizations is something unique for the Mediterranean Sea because we are not a UN region, and we have managed to have regional organizations with not only guidance but also mandates, and I think also mandates for binding commitments, and this is something very important. Last but not least in our sequence here, Her Excellency Honorable Dr. Alicia Bujeja Said, Parliamentary Secretary for Fisheries, Aquaculture and Animal Welfare of Malta. Also, I would like to hear from you your priorities and your statement.
First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to be part of this panel. I believe that it is a very important subject, and also it was a great honor to have the Mediterranean specifically being discussed at the plenary level. Yes, when it comes to challenges and solutions, I think Professor Skoulos and all of you here would agree with me that it would be difficult to discuss all the challenges, even if we were to have all the conference dedicated to this topic, because of the different challenges that the Mediterranean Sea has when it comes to environmental degradation, pollution, issues of illegal fishing. But I believe that at the same time, there are important solutions that we can work collectively towards. The Mediterranean Sea is surrounded by around 22 coastal states, so this makes it important to continuously acknowledge that we have shared resources and we must focus on having shared responsibility. If we were to look at the fisheries sector, for example, there was a very interesting discussion before this panel. When it comes to fisheries, fish have no borders. They follow no political frontiers. So it is important, it is crucial that the member states that circumvent the Mediterranean Sea work collectively to ensure the maximum sustainable yield of the fisheries stocks. If we were to look, for example, at the bluefin tuna sector, which in the past, in the early 2000s, it was a declining species. Now, together, as a Mediterranean, through also ICCAT, we can see that we have a success story because the species is now reviving and the fishermen are having better catches. However, I think there are further concerns that we need to look at. For example, climate change. The situation is not so nice when it comes to, for example, the level of the number of species, the invasive alien species that are also entering our seas. If you were to look at, for example, the lionfish, which is having a great impact, especially in the Eastern Mediterranean. In the Western Mediterranean, we are looking at the invasiveness of the blue swimmer crab, for example. So these are all issues that I believe have an impact directly on us as Mediterranean nations. I believe that another factor which needs to be mentioned during this important conference is also the sustainability of the fisheries sector, not only from the ecological point of view, but also the social and the economic regeneration. If one were to look at the statistics of our fishermen's ages around the Mediterranean and in Europe, we are seeing that fishermen have an aging population. So we need to ensure that the fisheries sector starts attracting the younger fishers, because at the end of the day, we want to ensure that our populations have enough fishers to catch the fish in 20 years' time. So this is something on sustainability that we must continuously focus on. There are many solutions when it comes to the sustainability of our seas, and even policy mechanisms such as the MedFish Forever, which has brought a lot of change. And I believe that we can work more for more marine protected areas. And at the end of the day, the solutions do not lie in papers, they lie in action. We have to walk the talk. But for us to walk the talk and make a change, we need to ensure that there is enough collaboration. Because at the end of the day, if we don't speak enough amongst ourselves, not just the nations together, but also academics, with the fishermen, with scientists, with the general public, because at the end of the day, conservation is about conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I see that we don't have too much time for a proper second question. Allow me to put a question only to His Serene Highness about because marine protected areas in the apparently is a very important issue for us at the moment, particularly also moving from the national to the areas beyond national jurisdiction. I know that you have committed not only yourself, but you have managed to bring others with you. Could you elaborate a little bit on that, Monseigneur?
Well, thank you very much. I'm sorry to preempt my other fellow panelists here from speaking. I know that you had a lot of questions for them also, but I will try to. I think, in order to effectively protect our Mediterranean Sea, if we just talk about the Mediterranean, as you said, it can be summed up into 3 letters: MPA, Marine Protected Areas. We not only because we are asked to do that as part of the 30 by 30 target, including the 10% increase of strong protection of marine protected areas, but because we've known for a long time that it's the most effective measure to not only allow fish stocks and other species to replenish, but it also reaps very substantive economic and social benefits for those people living around these marine protected areas and beyond. And so if we are to reach that target, and we have to, that's the only way that we know that is effective and that can be set up fairly easily. Of course, the legislation and everything has to follow, and the funding, of course. But these are very effective tools, and so we need absolutely more marine protected areas in the Mediterranean, but with a strong protection and strong management. So my foundation, alongside fellow philanthropic organization and members of the Med Donors Roundtable, such as Didier and Irene Primat Foundation, the Thalassa Foundation, Ocean 5, and the Critical Ecosystems Partnership Fund, but also the Pew Bertarelli Ocean Legacy, and Mrs. Bertarelli, I don't know if she's here in this room, but she is here at the Ocean Conference. There she is. Thank you so much for your engagement. The Med Fund and the Segre Foundation are committed to help achieve this 30 by 30 target. in the Mediterranean by contributing at least 42 million euros over the next 5 years to make this vision a reality. The Bloomberg Ocean Initiative and the Tiffany and Company Foundation also join in this support of national and global efforts to advance the 30 by 30 targets. And so we also acknowledge the help and the efforts from public donors, such as the Global Environment Facility, which has committed 13 million euros to this endeavor, bringing the total amount to 57 million pledged toward the protection of the Mediterranean Sea. So I think that is very encouraging, but we really do hope that this will incite and entice and be attractive to other donors to join us and to join this partnership and to join forces with us to make this vision a reality. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think it's a great news. And allow me to move directly to more pledges from the floor. So I would like to invite the European Union to take the floor and make their own commitment.
Thank you very much. My name is Raphael Goulet from the European Commission. As part of the 3.5 billion euros announced yesterday by Commissioner Sinkevicius, the EU is supporting the Mediterranean in various domains, in research, blue economy, marine biodiversity, and protection and conservation. The European Union and Sweden commit 7.5 million euros to the Blue Mediterranean Partnership to support the sustainable development of blue economy in the Mediterranean region. Furthermore, the European Union commits 50 million euros through Horizon Europe in 2024 for community-led actions for the restoration of the ocean and waters, including 10 million for the Mediterranean Sea. The European Union also pledges 2 million euros for the project supporting the Southern Mediterranean contracting parties to the Barcelona Convention in implementing the ecosystem approach to achieve good environmental status. Finally, the European Union reiterates its commitment to work with relevant riparian states to create both sulfur and nitrogen oxides emission control areas in all European seas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me call the Beyond Plastic Med, BMed Plus.
Yes, thank you. So, I'm Mercedes Muñoz Cañas. I work for International Union of Conservation of Nature in the Center for Mediterranean Cooperation. And I wanted to highlight that for this commitment, actually, we are the General Secretary of the BMed Association. So actually in this commitment, we want to reach and support the goal of a plastic-free Mediterranean. And we're going to do this with a BMed Plus project that has a budget of 6,007,200 euros. And in this project, the BMed project, actually we are the BMed Association, the Survivor Europe Foundation, the IUCN Med. Then, of course, Notre Dame Association and then Institute for Nature Conservation in Albania. And our aim is to reduce the plastic pollution with 3 different components. The first component actually wants to support and strengthen the financial and technical capacities of different stakeholders on the ground, not only supporting projects on the ground, but also doing a collaborative work between large companies, scientists, and associations within the BMed Business Club. The second component is leading and promoting the network of Mediterranean stakeholders, supporting a community of practice so needed in the Mediterranean to exchange the knowledge that we already have. And the third component of this project is to implement pilot actions in 2 pilot regions, which one is the coastal city of Monastir in Tunisia, and the second one is the Skambian River Basin in Albania. We wanted to test and develop good practices that can be replicated and used by the BMed network and beyond. So thank you very much.
Thank you as well, very much. Now I would like to invite Serge the Critical Ecosystem Partnership Fund to make their pledge.
Thank you. My name is Pierre Cabet. I'm representing the Critical Ecosystem Partnership Fund, an alliance of public and private donors. We have the European Union, the GEF, the World Bank, Japan, France, Conservation International, and the Hans Wilsdorf Foundation are our partners. And this alliance has been supporting for 24 years local civil society organizations. And I would like here to really pay a tribute to these local organizations. Actually, who does the monitoring of wildlife every day? Who works with the local fishermen? Who works with the local authorities to implement the management of marine protected areas? Who does the awareness raising with the citizens? All this is done by local civil society organizations, and they play a crucial role for the success of our targets of reaching the 30 by 30 objectives. So it's important that we support them, and I'm really happy to announce that CEPF will pledge $1 million to support civil society from the south and east of the Mediterranean basin, including Tunisia, Madam Minister. And this pledge is only a part of the pledge that was announced by His Serenity Highness just before of 60.8 million by the Mediterranean Donor Roundtable. And I will call any other donor to join us because the Mediterranean basin really needs this support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And in this list, last but not least, the Oceanographic Institute of Monaco.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Robert Calcagno, and I'm the Monaco Oceanographic Institute CEO. Tonight, we are very pleased to announce a new commitment of 5 million euros toward a brand new program focused on preserving the Mediterranean marine biodiversity and contributing by the 30 by 30 target objective. Under the aegis and the impetus of His Serene Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco, who just announced much bigger commitment a few minutes ago, but this is a new one which will be added to the 57 million euro announced before. The Oceanographic Institute is launching this program structured around 3 key ideas and issues. The first one is increasing awareness of the Mediterranean Sea and the threats it faces. The second one is promoting science, and more specifically science for action. The third one is fostering cross-share cooperation to enhance global protection in the basin. So, for this new program, we will be collaborating with key Mediterranean actors and partners, and we are inviting new partners and friends in the room to join us. We will be very pleased to update you on the progress we made in the next conference. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed. I hope that you all agree with me that there is some hope because there is mobilization in the region. We all understand that some of the challenges cannot be addressed in the Mediterranean alone. The climate issue is a bigger one, is a root cause. You know, when we are talking about responding, we use this DPSIR cycle, driving forces, pressures, state, impact responses. We all know that in the environment, it is very difficult to start in a rational way from the root causes and wait until the root causes are removed. So we have to work on all that, with symptoms, with improving the status and all the rest, at the same time removing the root causes. This is what we had the chance to hear from the distinguished panel and the commitments working in removing the challenges, addressing some of them, or make them less dangerous in our region, because this region is not only the motherland of the mother sea of the civilization, also it is a place of inspiration for millions who come with tourism, and we have also to see this aspect of tourism as an important aspect, the cultural one, and we have to safeguard the capital of that, which is also our Mediterranean. So thank you very much. I would like to thank the panel and show our appreciation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this very interesting panel and for the commitments we just heard. Just an announcement that we're going to move to a coffee break and be back here for our last session at 5 p.m. sharp. Thank you very much. Back, everyone. I hope you're ready for our final session of our two-day conference. And I have the honor to call in the podium Dr. Dionysia Theodora Viernopoulou. She's a Greek Prime Minister Special Envoy for the Oceans and our Ocean Conference 2024 Coordinator. Ms. Viernopoulou, the floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed members of the Ocean Global family, thank you very much for joining us over the last 3 days here in Athens, Greece. Welcome. It was a pleasure to have you all in Athens, and we have proven that together we can certainly unlock the potential that the ocean holds in order to secure a sustainable and resilient future for all. OC9 in Athens hosted more than 3,800 participants, representing more than 119 countries, who participated in average in 90 different sessions and contributed with 469 new commitments worth more than $11.3 billion. Thank you very much, everyone. That certainly brings us to over 2,600 commitments and more than $140 billion in total since the very first Our Ocean Conference. The conference commenced with the Youth Ocean Leadership Summit on Monday. I would like to call on stage Mrs. Stewart, the regional representative for the Caribbean, a true young ocean leader, to represent the Youth Ocean Pledge and share with us the names of the winner of the pitch competition. Ms. Stewart.
All right. Good evening, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to take this opportunity, firstly, to thank the Greek government for hosting all of us. The food, the energy, the ocean, everything was absolutely incredible, amazing vibes, right? Coming from a small island developing state, Trinidad and Tobago, in the Caribbean, being surrounded by the ocean, literally having the ocean being deeply embedded in my culture, in my veins, and witnessing firsthand the impacts of climate change. Ooh, wow, getting emotional here with this story. And realizing that I wanted to be part of the solution, but I had no idea how to make this a reality. I had no idea where my voice would come from, what my work could look like. But it was only in coming to the Our Ocean Conference in 2019 with Sustainable Ocean Alliance and realizing that, whoa, we had 100 youth present. It was 3 days, 10 solutions developed in a heartbeat, and it's like, wow, all the boundaries were broken. My mind was blown, and it was like, this is something that I can do. And since then, the imposter syndrome, everything else, it slowly started disappearing. And then I realized that this is my calling, and this is where I feel like I can make the biggest impact. And 5 years later, because I mentioned this was 2019, sitting in the audience, looking at all the incredible people on the stage, thinking, well, that could never be me. And now here I am, proud to share that I am the Caribbean Regional Representative, working at Sustainable Ocean Alliance. And I'm also very passionate about policy. And at Sustainable Ocean Alliance, we focus on people and solutions that restore the ocean. And we have 100+ delegates here today that are a great example of that. And I would just like to ask the delegates to make some noise, represent. We also work on policy. So on behalf of all the youth, I would like to congratulate all the commitments that were put forward at this conference, tackling things like pollution, marine protected areas. It is definitely a step in the right direction. But there is one policy decision that I am hopeful that all governments will choose to be on the right side of history. We cannot continue to operate in this system of extract, exploit, destroy, scramble to repair. And on the horizon is unfortunately the issue of deep seabed mining. And this is something that is very near and dear to my heart, with the decisions being made in Jamaica and with this system that we continue to see, and to see so much movement towards solutions, and now a new problem is emerging. I would just like to take this time to encourage all of you all the leaders present, to be on the right side of history and join the movement for a precautionary pause and to protect the deep sea. And with that, I would like to share our pledge that we developed over the course of this week. As we mentioned, 100 youth leaders gathered for the Young Ocean Leadership Summit. We connected, we grew as a community, and now I am here to share that. And bear with me, as you can see, I'm wearing glasses, so I'm a little bit blind, and I need to bring this phone closer to me. The pledge. We, the people for the ocean, want to create a global curriculum for environmental education to build more informed communities addressing climate change and mitigating pollution. We'll achieve this goal by 2030, connecting with 7 regions with 100 leaders from indigenous peoples to share knowledge and practices that reflect land and ocean stewardship through multimedia resource sharing to reach 5 million people. So this was the pledge that we came up with at this summit. And now I'm excited to also announce the Sustainable Ocean Alliance delegate winner of the Young Leadership Summit Sea of Ideas pitch competition, Yvonne Rodriguez Ramirez. Yay, Yvonne! She is the COO and co-founder of BioFun, and BioFun is developing new biotech-based water cleaning system that channels the superpower of fungal metabolism to clean pharmaceutical pollution, specifically in the area of aquaculture. And with that, now I would like to also send a big congratulations to the winner of our Ocean Innovators Startup Pitch, Christopher Oakes. Christopher? Hey. Christopher is the CEO of ReefGen, and ReefGen builds and deploys affordable robotic marine tractors designed to massively scale up seagrass and coral habitat restoration. And as we leave this summit, I would just like to encourage you all to remember that it doesn't end here. We were all gathered, we made commitments, and now as we move forward, it's time to put these commitments into action, and we need to continue to be a driving force. But most importantly, we definitely have to remember to continue to celebrate and respect the ocean. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And let's now welcome on stage Professor Kirsten Goward-Colvert from the University of Oregon that has been studying the impact of their Ocean Conference, especially the metrics of the MPAs. Dear Professor, please be on stage. Congratulations for all the work that you have done all these years with your team. We would like to ask you, what were your findings? And based on them, what recommendations do you have for us?
Thank you so much, Your Excellencies, dear delegates. What an amazing 2 days it has been. So I'm a professor, a scientist, a researcher. Why am I here? From the beginning, Our Ocean Conference looked different. And that's because there's a commitment at this conference to show up, to make announcements, and then to return and to report on the progress of your commitments. This is very interesting to me as a researcher. And we started thinking, what a great opportunity to track this progress, to be mindful of this accountability, and to do an independent analysis of the progress made in the MPA and ABM commitments theme. In fact, this started as a university class. Dr. Jane Lubchenco and I co-taught a class of graduate students, and we thought, let's look through these commitments since 2014 and see what we find. I must admit to you that a room full of grad students, the feeling was one of skepticism. What will we find with all these big commitments on such a big stage? And I have to tell you that the process of going through each of these commitments, reviewing the wording, tracking where it goes from there, discussing with the announcers, looking at the flow of money to projects and to outcomes. The word that I would use to describe the feeling is one of hope. There is progress happening. Our analysis shows that since 2014, 72% of the commitments in this MBA and ABM theme have been completed. That's 3/4 of the commitments. Yes. And so, for example, some of these completed commitments, I'd like to congratulate the government of NUI. They, in 2022, pledged to have 100% of their EEZ in a sustainable multi-use park. Within that 100%, 40% is fully protected in a large-scale marine protected area. They have completed that commitment. So many countries aspire to 100% sustainable management, and NUI has completed it. And I'd also like to congratulate the National Ocean Protection Coalition in the US. In 2023, they committed $500,000 US to support tribal, indigenous, and local leaders to participate in MPA processes, to develop a diversity, equity, and inclusion grants program, and to support MPA proposals from local communities. In January of this year, they had dispersed all those funds and worked towards those goals. So congrats to NOPC. So what about the other commitments? 26%, we're nearing 100% now, show evidence of progress, and only 2%, we couldn't find any evidence, but those deadlines set by the announcers are in the future. This means that progress is happening. And so what I'd like to leave you with today is that progress is happening, there is hope, and we need to increase our ambition and increase our progress. We know that those commitments can be completed. Right now, 47%, you've heard the numbers from Secretary Kerry, 47% of the global area in MPAs is from commitments made on this stage over the years. We can get closer. Yes, that's a lot to celebrate. And we can get closer as we work towards this 30% goal. I want to say that going through the announcements is inspiring. There are areas where we can do better: equity, justice, inclusion, co-management, indigenous leadership. We'd like to see more of those in the commitments. Only 8 of them so far include those terms, so let's increase that. We know we need to increase the pace to get to 30%, for example, in this theme. And so I encourage us all to think about, what if we came back next year in South Korea with 30% more commitments that are 30% bigger? I think we can do that, and I look forward to tracking that work. And then finally, I'd like to say that yesterday there was an announcement that there will be an Our Ocean Conference Secretariat. What an amazing opportunity to continue the legacy of this conference, the legacy of commitments and accountability. and we look forward to working with the Secretariat because we believe progress should not be invisible. The other themes should have the same opportunity to celebrate successes, and we look forward to helping to contribute that. So I'd like to leave us with the goal to both celebrate and accelerate. Thank you.
Well, all these commitments could not have happened without the joint efforts of all of the countries that have hosted their ASEAN conferences all these years. On the occasion of the completion of the first decade since the first our ASEAN conference back in 2014, I now have the honor to call on stage our ASEAN champions, the representatives of the hosting countries, for their statements. Her Excellency, Ms. Julie Liberopoulos, Ambassador and General Consul of the Republic of Panama to the Hellenic Republic. His Excellency, Mr. Surangel Whips, President of the Republic of Palau. Mr. Georg Borsink, ASEAN Envoy and Norwegian SEPRA to the ASEAN panel from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Norway. His Excellency, Ambassador Bebek Nugraha Junjunan, Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia to Greece. Our dear friend, Vela Carmenu, former EU Commissioner from the Republic of Malta. His Excellency Ambassador Julio Corzano, Director of the Environment, Climate Change and Ocean Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Chile. And Her Excellency, Mrs. Malet Mesfin, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Ocean Fisheries and Polar Affairs of the U.S. Department of State. Your Excellency is welcome. In your capacity as the representatives of a country that has hosted their ASEAN conference, which are the key messages of the conference hosted in your respective country, and what do you think that the future should hold for our ASEAN conference? Ambassador Liberopoulos, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Kalispera σας. Good afternoon to everyone. Buenas tardes. It's an honor to address you today to reflect on the profound impact of our Ocean Conference and to highlight Panama's notable contributions to ocean conservation. Our oceans, which regulate climate, harbor vast biodiversity, and sustain millions of livelihoods, face imminent threats from pollution, overexploitation, and climate change. Therefore, the imperative to conserve them cannot be overstated. Panama has emerged a vital player in this global endeavor. Last year, we had the privilege of hosting this conference, embodying the theme, Our Ocean, Our Connection, and underscoring the vital role of knowledge in safeguarding our ocean. By 2023, Panama had made 33 commitments yielding tangible outcomes such as establishing the Action Over Plastics in Panama platform, implementing the Program for National Coral Reef and Seagrass Monitoring, addressing ghost nets in the marine area of the island of Coiba, promoting responsible tourism practices for whale and dolphin watching, expanding the ecological program, Blue Flag. As 2024, Panama has fulfilled 9 impactful commitments with 7 more in progress, including investing $350,000 in the National Program for Mangrove Forest Restoration, formulating national policy for oceans, participating in the Global Environment Facilities GEF project, enhancing conservation efforts in the Coiba National Park, establishing a wildlife refugee program on Isla Bona, implementing conservation mechanisms in various archipelagos, creating 2 significant marine protected areas, investing 1.3 million in 2016 and 2017. Situated between 2 of the world's largest oceans, Panama has demonstrated exceptional leadership in marine conservation. Through diverse initiatives and dedicated commitments, we have achieved significant milestones in sustainably managing our marine resources. Marine conservation remains a top priority for Panama, proved by our hard effort to combat illegal fishing and protect marine species, particularly sharks. Noteworthy achievement includes fulfillment the 30 by 30 initiative in June 2021, protecting 30% of our marine areas by 2030. Presiding over the Marine Corridor of the Pacific Tropical East Agreement, CMIR, hosting the Our Ocean Conference in 2023, resulting in the establishment of crucial marine protected area as a 54.33% increase in protected marine surface. Securing 341 new commitments to combat pollution and illegal fishing, exercising leadership in the Decade of the Ocean science, implementing measurements to reduce illegal fishing and safeguard marine species. These achievements are vital for preserving marine biodiversity and ensuring the health of our ocean. By safeguarding our oceans, Panama is protecting a rich tapestry of marine life and contributing to global ocean health. Let us reaffirm the importance of knowledge in shaping our actions and policies for ocean protection and sustainable economic development. Thank you very much for your attention, and I feel very, very grateful to all of you who stand united here today to protect and safeguard our oceans.
Thank you very much. President Grips, the floor is yours.
Well, first of all, we want to thank the host for the amazing work that has been accomplished in the last 2 days. The 400 commitments, the over $10 billion that have been committed. Palau, 2 years ago, was able to host the Our Oceans Conference, and I think a testament of that was we were the first small island developing state to be able to do this in partnership with the United States. And it was important for Palau as a small island state to highlight really the impacts of climate change to small islands. We live it, sea level rise, erosion, coral bleaching, the disappearance of our jellyfish, all impact the way we live. So for Palau, which has always been a leader in the area of marine conservation, it was also important to highlight the importance of marine protected areas and building on those commitments and how to make those marine protected areas more durable and lasting. But more important, learning from the traditional knowledge that we have always had. Because when it comes to marine protected areas or conservation, it's in our DNA. It's something that we've always done. And I think highlighting that and showing how our traditional knowledge and using that in guiding us in ocean protection and keeping our oceans healthy is so valuable, especially to highlight the vulnerabilities that we face. It's also important to note that ocean protection is important, but it's also important to highlight the impacts that everything from IUU to the impacts of climate change are having on our livelihoods. Decreasing fish stocks, affecting our tourism industry, and all of those areas. Most importantly, the identification of the ocean climate nexus and highlighting the impacts of ocean acidification. More importantly, Palau placed a great emphasis on developing a sustainable blue economy, including initiatives to promote sustainable tourism, enhance value-added processing of marine products, and supporting local communities that are dependent on those marine resources. In order to meet our people's needs, Palau has continued on that, and most importantly, we note that it's important to balance production and production, and have launched an MSP process, a marine spatial planning process, to develop science-informed, sustainable ocean plans to guide in the prioritization and conservation areas, fishing grounds, and really the establishment of infrastructure that can help build resilient, sustainable blue economies. We are really hopeful. I think these conferences give us hope, because so many times we are depressed on what's happening when we go to COP and other conferences. This is a conference of action, and coming and hearing about the commitments and seeing the results of those commitments is what we give hope to our children. And so let's continue to act.
Thank you very much, President. Mr. Borstein, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Yes. So let me also first thank Greece for a fantastic conference. We've had really good discussions, great panels, participation from all the countries that have delegations there, initiatives like the Ocean Panel, which is co-chaired by Palau and Norway, and of course all of the NGOs and civil society that have been participating here. It's been very, very well organized. It's been combined with gracious hospitality, and we've really felt at home. So, Efkarisko.
Parakalo.
The vision of the 2019 Our Ocean Conference in Oslo was to learn, share, and act for a clean, healthy, and productive ocean. The conference agenda back then focused on the importance of scientific knowledge as the basis for actions and policies to ensure sustainability. So the key message from the Oslo conference was that knowledge-based stewardship of ocean resources is essential for ensuring both protection and sustainable use in the future. And very much in line with the way we are sustainably managing our own resources, ocean resources back home. And we've talked about this at this conference also, including our very recent Sustainable Ocean Plan that the government, our own government, put forward. We also believe that this has been at the core of our discussions here in Athens. Let me also say that we agree that enhanced continuity would profit our Ocean Conference, its vision and mission, and that a fixed support unit or secretariat, as has been discussed here, could be a valuable administrative asset for host countries in preparing conferences. And lastly, there are now several international ocean-related arenas and processes in the that are going on everywhere around the world, and it is important, we think, that we ensure that they all reinforce each other and create positive synergies as much as possible. We appreciate, of course, that Korea now is stepping forward to host the next Our Ocean Conference, which I'm sure will be equally fantastic, and we look forward to seeing you all again there next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Ambassador Junjunen, the floor is yours.
Yes. Thank you. First and foremost, I think we should highly appreciate the Greek government for successfully convening these very important occasions, the 9th Our Ocean Conference, of which Indonesia also hosted the 5th in Bali. But I think special occasions for this one should be congratulated to you, Dr. Dionysius, because you coordinate and organize. I think we should be having a big applause for you. Thank you. As the largest archaeological countries in the world, with 70% of our area is waters, and home to the most diverse global coral reefs, seagrass and mangrove, spread along more than 17,000 group of islands, which recompensate at least 70% of global blue carbon. Indonesia is very proud of it. This very wealth is now under siege from the impacts of climate change. Most dangerous of all time, I think, to this moment, is the plastic debris that pollutes our waters. Endless fights against 12.8 million tons of marine plastic waste annually, Indonesia sees this aggravated pollution a priority. To this end, we have issued a specific national plan of action that by 2023 have succeeded in reducing marine plastic waste leakage by around 36% from the progress since 2018. On blue economy implementations, currently Indonesia is implementing a large-scale seaweed farming pilot project of around 100 hectares in the western part of Nusa Tenggara province to process seaweed into food using renewable technology and mechanizations also to mitigate the climate change. Since 2020, Indonesia has also applied the Indonesian Ocean Health Index for the purpose of mitigating or monitoring and as an indicator to check the capacity for sustainable ocean management. Excellencies, Indonesia believes that this conference plays a very strategic role in conserving ecosystems in marine and a strategic position to advance the global ocean agenda. Therefore, and for the conference record, since 2017, Indonesia have delivered 60 commitments under the OOC and 50 commitments have completed 100%, and the remaining 9 is undergoing completion. So for this streaming 2024 OOC, Indonesia has also delivered 7 commitments that are in line with our medium-term national development planning program to 2029, to name the view, designating 200,000 hectares of the new marine protected areas, continuing what we call it Love the Ocean Month program with a target of collecting waste more than 10% of waste collected in 2023. We also have implementing seagrass blue carbon rapid assessment in 20 designated MPAs. And then we also have tried to establish what we call it the sustainable financing instruments for MPA in Indonesia. Excellencies, the stage for successful protection and prudent use of the ocean resources is slowly but moving on. However, with the assurances of long-term sustainability and benefits to societies as outlined in the SDG 14 and the target of Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, we are on the right track. Now, following to the questions to what extent that the host country should do something more than what we are doing today and for the future, I think the message for the conference, in particular, the successful Greek government's convening this, a joint force that built this conference into a strategic forum that significantly grows and strengthens our ocean agenda for sustainable future ocean management are on the right track. Upon our Indonesia's experience as host in 2018, the Our Ocean Conference, as using the youth generation saying, it's a very coolest initiative that we are or should be proud of. It is voluntarily, but representing a concrete commitments that are advanced on country participation. To Indonesia, we need to establish, I think, for the future, quite a permanent, non-permanent steering committee, which the next host and the predecessors hosted countries, to reassure that the monitoring of what we call as all commitments are well understood, so the already commitments made in advance can be understood by the next host. To conclude, it is with our high hope that successful 9th OOC will be followed with greater implemented commitments to the next host in Busan, Korea, 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Vela, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Indonesia, and I will keep the congratulations for last. We're talking about the legacies of our ocean conferences. There is no one ocean conference as an exact replica of another. All are different and all have different legacies. The important thing is that the combined legacies of all our ocean conferences were the main and prime catalyst for action towards the protection of the ocean. I think after congratulating the past, our ocean conferences, we need to start looking at the future, because this is a conference which gives a lot of hope towards the future. At the moment, we are seeing problems running faster than solutions, and the problem-solution gap is ever increasing. If there is hope that we can ever decrease the problems, solution gaps, I think the hope lies in our ocean conference. This is the conference which started introducing the private sector, which started introducing local communities, indigenous people in the conversation, in the discussion, and in the action. This is the conference which started with 3 thematic areas. I remember we had MPAs, pollution, and climate change in the very beginning of the. Then in 2017, we introduced the blue economy with those themes. We introduced maritime security with those themes. And today, I'm glad to say that we're looking at the whole spectrum of the ocean, climate, biodiversity nexus. I think this is the conference that is always aiming higher and higher. We're not talking about just halting the construction, halting the generation, but we're also talking about a regenerative, a revitalizing policy moving forward. One humble thought: we have been to America, we have been to South America, we have been to Europe, we have been to Asia, Caribbean. As a humble thought, I think it's about time we go towards Africa as well. And I'm sure that there are a lot. For sure, the European Union and others can help Africa to hold these conferences as well. I still remember that we wanted our ocean conference to be totally different from the other conferences. In the previous, I would call them prehistoric conferences. They were only there to discuss and discuss and discuss. And we said we have to stop discussing, we have to start action, we have to start getting pledges and commitments. And we moved away from a conference of discussions into a conference of pledges. I think now we have to move away from a conferences of pledges and start calling it the conferences of results, because as we heard, results are there, and I think it's important. It's important. I remember we had introduced the pledges tracking mechanism. It's useless pledging without monitoring whether those pledges are being implemented. And I think we discussed this, even Dionysia, myself, and others, and I think it is about time that we bring the tracking mechanism to the forefront, and when we meet, we start discussing not just the problems, but the results as well. One last comment. SOA. I have a very soft spot for SOA, because I remember I remember when we were in Malta and I was doing the closing speech in Malta, I remember I called over my grandchild, who was at that time 6 years old, and I had brought Daniela Fernandez. I had met her in the States. Someone said, from the floor there's someone making some questions, and we started looking, but who's talking? And Fernandez was just a young girl, and after the panel I met her and I said, can you get a team of young people together and we'll pay and we'll get you to Malta. They came and they started working. Today, Daniela, with the support of John Kerry, the European Union, they are a full young force which gives us a lot of hope. And I think this is a conference that is not going to stop here. It's going to keep on moving, and it's going to keep on moving faster and better. And finally, congratulations. Well done, Dionysia. Well done, Greece. Well done to all our colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, Ambassador Cordano.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dionysia, and let me also join my voice to congratulate Greece for this fantastic conference. I think it's been a stunned success, and not only because we had a program that covered so many things, so many important items on the agenda of the ocean, but also it's about the convening power of the conference. Here in the conference, almost 4,000 people gathered, all ocean champions from all different disciplines. And it's very, very rare to find a moment where this community meets, where this community finds solutions actively, and where this community has the opportunity really to build something together and to project it to the future in a manner that is through commitments, through new ideas, and through new projects. So I think this time around in Greece, you have shown leadership, and you have shown that we can accelerate our action in the ocean. So thank you very much, and congratulations for that. I wanted to say that our own reflection as Chile, we were one of the first countries that organized this conference back in 2015. It was a sunny day in Valparaiso, in Chile, when we opened the second our ocean conference, and that was a time that for Chile the ocean issues were extremely important, and this is why we took the leadership of organizing that conference. But from that time on, the ocean continued growing and growing in the list of our priorities. We have had many achievements since that conference, and I think there's no coincidence. The conference really spurred our ability and our priority within the country. To the extent that, since that point, one of the first commitments that we did was to create a fully protected, marine protected area in Rapa Nui, in Easter Island. And we deliver on that, and today is one of the most important areas that we have in our network of marine protected areas that cover 43% of our exclusive economic zones. The same year, only a couple of months after the conference in Chile, we decided to push for the recognition of the connection between the ocean and climate change. That year was the negotiation and adoption of the Paris Agreement in COP21. And Chile, among other countries that were leading also the discussion on climate change and oceans, we managed to have the first ever reference of the ocean in an agreed text on climate change. And that has gone a long way. Because our ocean conference really took us to new levels, and the confidence that gave us organizing the Our Ocean Conference then was projected later on in 2019, when Chile was the president of the COP of climate change, to create the first ocean and climate dialogue under the COP of climate change. that today we are very happy to co-lead with Canada. And, you know, I think in this path, we've been accompanied by so many champions, by so many countries, by so many friends, and we have seen that the international community really has listened and have adopted the message that the ocean is such an important element in our lives, in our future. And this is why I think the ocean has gotten such an important momentum. You know, from back in 2015, when we organized this conference in Valparaiso, there are so many things that have happened, but probably one of the most important things that have happened in the recent past is the adoption of the agreement on protection of the high seas, the sustainable use and conservation of the biodiversity in the high seas. It's an agreement that celebrates the importance of the high seas, that covers half of the planet. It's a historical achievement of humanity. And you know, and for us it's particularly important and significant. And I'm saying this because Chile has recently offered to host the secretariat of the BBNJ agreement in Valparaiso, the same place that this conference was organized. So we're very happy in that regard, and of course, we really hope that you will join us also in Valparaiso for, again, another meeting where we are able to celebrate the ocean and project it to the future.
Thank you very much. Deputy Assistant Secretary, Ms. Mesfin.
Thank you, Dr. Dionisia, and I want to continue to add my thanks to the government of Greece for hosting us, this beautiful venue, and leading such an impressive effort this year. The amount of announcements, the events, the incredible progress made at this year's Our Ocean Conference is truly something to be proud of. It's already been said, but really each iteration of Our Ocean is so different, and each host adds such a personal touch to the conference. In addition to co-hosting with our friends and colleagues from Palau, in 2022, the United States hosted the first and third conferences in 2024 and 2026. And one of the main takeaways from those early years was just how distinct and how needed this conference was, and it continues to be. At the time it was founded, Our Ocean was unique in focusing on concrete action and deliverables. Instead of focusing on political statements or a negotiated outcome, we started Our Ocean Conference with the specific goal of driving momentum for action. It brought together an incredible and accomplished community of leaders from all fields, policy, science, industry, philanthropy, and everything in between. And in the years since, it has become a global model for what is possible to achieve for the ocean. We've heard a lot in just 2 short days about the urgent need for action, but also the incredible strides that we're making. Year after year, the conference delivers for the ocean. And year after year, we continue to see the fruits of our efforts as commitments become actions. And now we look forward to the 10th Our Ocean Conference, generously hosted by the Republic of Korea. We're looking forward to action, to mobilizing the partnerships and the initiatives we need for the ocean we rely on. We're looking forward to ambition, to innovative solutions from finance to science to policy, the solutions that will be able to secure a healthy and vibrant ocean for future generations. And we're looking forward to accountability, to governments and civil society organizations following through on their commitments and truly turning ambition into reality. We've heard a lot of perspectives here on Earth, and now I would like to take a little time and turn over to a video from a NASA astronaut for a different perspective from miles above our ocean.
Hi all, I'm NASA astronaut Laurel O'Hara, joining you from 250 miles above Earth on board the International Space Station. Thank you to Prime Minister Mitsotakis for the opportunity to speak to you today, and thank you to all of you attending the Our Ocean Conference for your dedication to ocean action. We spend most days working on research inside the lab or maintaining our off-planet home. However, Earth observations and Earth sciences are some of my favorite work since it means spending time in the cupola studying our beautiful planet. From space, it is easy to see that the ocean is a vast, powerful, and yet delicate feature of our planet. The views are spectacular and perspective shifting. I've gotten to observe lightning storms in Africa that stretch almost the entire continent, massive storms in the ocean as they move towards our coasts, major flooding events, and even the lights of fishing fleets around the world. Before becoming an astronaut, I worked as an oceanographic engineer and have even been to the bottom of the ocean in a submersible. This perspective from both below and above has given me a deep sense of appreciation for the complexity, diversity, and beauty of our oceans and the life they support. We're working hard at NASA and on the space station to better understand the ocean and the entire Earth system. Our success up here hinges on international cooperation, and I'm constantly reminded of the power of what we can achieve by working together. It is clear that the ocean and Earth's climate are deeply interconnected. We cannot protect the ocean without addressing climate questions, and similarly, we cannot fully address climate concerns without taking care of our ocean. So, once more, thank you for all of the work you are doing for our oceans, and best wishes for a productive conference.
Thank you, Mrs. Masvin, and please convey to our astronaut our gratitude for sharing this extraordinary video with us. It definitely conveys a very strong message about the importance of international cooperation to accelerate ocean action and restore ocean health. And thank you very much, USA, for initiating their Ocean Conference and for your invaluable and continuing support and leadership to the cause of ocean protection, ocean restoration, and ocean conservation. Thank you deeply. And of course, thank you everyone, all the countries that have participated in this journey for the ocean protection. And let's go to the last but not least country, Greece. And it is high time to call on stage Mr. Theodoros Kyllakakis, His Excellency Minister of Environment and Energy of the Hellenic Republic. Thank you very much, Minister.
Well, I would like to first thank Dionysia for the marvelous work that she has done to get us here. And Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, what we know in economics is the most difficult thing to address is what we call the tragedy of the commons, the inability of people to handle the things that we have in common. And the biggest thing that we have in common in this earth are the oceans. And the fact that we can overcome this tragedy of the commons through cooperation is the message, I believe, of this conference and this effort that is made through our Ocean Conference. I believe that this conference was a success, and that is not a compliment to us, it's a compliment to all the participants, to the governments, the more than 100 governments that were here, to the youth that were here, to the private organizations and the NGOs that were here. It is because of the pledges that were made, and essentially it's because of the spirit that was created in Athens. And I think this spirit we can pass through to the next organizer, Korea, with honor and hope for an even more successful 10th Our Oceans Conference. And I would say I would like to end by mentioning 4 female names: Sophia, Eleni, Marina, and Michaela. These are my 4 granddaughters, and I would like them to have a much better future in the seas and in the earth. And I would like to finish by reminding us that the future does not belong to us. It belongs to our children and grandchildren and the generations to come. And for them, we have to succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Minister. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to close out this year's Our Ocean Conference, let me call the representative of the country that will host the next Our Ocean Conference, Vice Minister of Oceans and Fisheries of the Republic of Korea, Myeong-dong Dan Song.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to begin by expressing my profound gratitude to Greece for successfully hosting the 9th Our Ocean Conference. Please let us give a big round of applause to Greece and all the participants gathered here. At this conference, we have reaffirmed the importance of international cooperation centered on the ocean and recognized the need for all hands on deck for addressing the global changes that we are facing. Our Ocean Conference is approaching its 10th session. More and more countries are recognizing the importance of the ocean, announcing their commitments and expanding cooperation among them. Now, we understand that it is crucial to actively take actions based on substantive discussions. Against this backdrop, it is a great pleasure and honor that the 10th Our Ocean Conference will be held in Busan, Republic of Korea. It is very significant for the Republic of Korea and for me personally to see such a global ocean forum taking place. Korea has always valued the oceans and has established the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries to manage policies related to the oceans. The topics discussed at Our Ocean Conference, including marine environment, sustainable fisheries, and the blue economy, are all the works of the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. Also, they have been my focus over the past 3 decades. The 10th Our Ocean Conference will be held in Busan in April 2025. It aims to discuss maritime digitalization as a special agenda, along with the 6 existing main areas. Digital technologies are helping us to make our action plans more precise and concrete with clearer figures and data. I believe that global digital technologies will be integrated with the oceans to enable unprecedented achievements and enhance cooperation between countries around the world. In addition, as Our Ocean Conference marks the 10th session, Korea aims to evaluate the commitments, experiences, and outcomes that have made since 2014 and propose governance for the next decade to guide our actions. In this context, the slogan of the 10th Our Ocean Conference is Our Ocean, Our Action. We, Korea, are looking forward to the participation of numerous countries, organizations, and companies. We will spare no effort to ensure that the event becomes an invaluable global ocean forum. We look forward to seeing you all in Busan, Korea. Thank you very much.
Dear Minister, please stay with me. And now I have to ask again from our Minister Skylakakis for the official handover on behalf of Greece to Korea, the mandate to fulfill the 10th ASEAN Conference. I can't say first.
You have to handle something. So, thank you very much. Have a good success in the conference.
May I do some last coordination? Please come over here to get the photo.
Okay, okay.
And now, please allow me to call all the ministers and the representatives and president whips to come for a family photo on the occasion of the decade. Thank you, everyone, for joining us, and let's meet next year in Busan. In the meantime, let's pass a message of working in harmony with nature. After the family photo, we're going to hear a few songs and see the video of what happened in Greece today, these days. Όλα καλά. Τελειώσαμε
We still have two happenings taking place, so please take your seats to enjoy the choir and the video we have prepared for you. Please, can you take your seats to proceed? For the conclusion of the 9th Our Ocean Conference, it couldn't be more ideal than a choir recital themed around the sea. 3 exceptional vocal ensembles, the mixed choir of the Vafopoulio Cultural Center of the Municipality of Thessaloniki, the mixed choir of the Technical Chamber of Greece, Central Macedonia section, and the Women's Vocal Ensemble Horodes of the Association of the Vafopoulio Spiritual Center of the Municipality of Thessaloniki, comprising 115 singers, will sing exclusively for the conference's esteemed audience. The repertoire curated around the themes of sea, Mediterranean, and women features a diverse selection of Greek, English, French, Italian, and Spanish songs. From compositions by renowned Greek artists like Manos Hadjidakis, Mikis Theodorakis, and Stavros Xarchakos to special international selections, the performance is captivating celebration of mankind's deep connection with the sea. Accompanied by Mr. Achilleas Sofoudis on the piano, and conducted by Maestro Alkis Istoia, this choir recital is a harmonious tribute and a symbol of universal commitment for the future of the ocean. Let's enjoy them.